Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name's Daimien Kamiya and I'm the Omni King, and I am back. It has been a week. Oh my. Hey Ace, welcome. Hello. Yes, it has been a week since I last streamed. When did I last stream? I think it was Monday last week. I did Guild Wars, and then I just no, it was Sunday, because Monday was I was going to stream and decided not to because it was my last day off before Christmas, and I just wanted to chill. And then I just decided, you know, I'm just gonna chill the whole week because it's just a bunch of stress. Then I also ended up getting sick anyway, and I'm still not 100%, but oh, Halo. You know, I thought I recognized the picture, but either way, nice to see you. Merry Christmas, my friend. Yeah, so I wanted, if anyone saw this VOD when it, or this waiting room when it first popped up, it did say 12-hour stream. And it was gonna start at noon. I rescinded that when I realized last night that I'm still not 100%, so I'm not 100% confident that I could do a 12-hour stream. It will be, I'm just gonna play until I don't want to play anymore. It probably won't be 12 hours though. So what am I gonna do in this stream? Well, first things first, Navia just came out. I pulled for her. Terrible luck, by the way. Like, I got, like, I think I almost got to pity and then failed the 50-50. I think it took me, like, I had 140 pulls or something saved up, and I still had to spend some money on the game to get her, just to give you an idea. So yeah, I did not have good luck with Navia. Did get her though. She's phenomenal and fantastic. So there's so I'm gonna be doing Navia's story. I'm also going to be doing there's a current event going on, Roses and Muskets. So normally I do those events off stream. And I did like the first 2 chapters of it. There's 5 of them. But then the 3rd chapter requires me to progress Navia's story to progress it. So because I'm not doing that until I'm on stream, I basically haven't been able to progress it. So we'll finish up what I can today for that. And then probably I'm just going to run around, do some exploring and stuff. Let's just get into the game here and I can show you some stuff. Let's see. Alright, so here's the game. So here's the wonderfully gorgeous and beautiful Navia. Look at that. I didn't even time that. That's just fantastic. Just makes her look all the better, doesn't it? So we'll go over teams quickly because a lot of teams have been reworked. So starting from team 1, no. So team 1 is Nahida, Yellen, Shinobu, Shincho. I finally figured out how to make this team like really function, but unlike my previous Nahida teams, Nahida's actually the main fielder this time, where it was always the Hydro user before. So basically what do? I skill, it's skill, burst, skill, or is it burst, skill, and then just attack, and burst if it's up. And then when their bursts run out, I switch to them and skill, and it usually gets at least one of their bursts back up. By then, this team, the healers kind of been getting thrown around a bit, but right now it's Diona. Yoimiya is pretty much like these 2 are kind of interchangeable for the DPS. Zhongli is mostly here because Nervalet's charge attack, as strong as it is very susceptible to knockback, and his barrier pretty much cancels knockback. So that's why that kind of exists. Here's the Risley team. Seiyu's here to kind of help balance out Farina's near fatal skill that cuts everyone's HP by half pretty much. Risley is the primary DPS and can also heal himself. This ended up getting put back the way it was because I actually really enjoy this team set. The only thing I wish is if I could have a better Hydro user in essence of what these two do, like a wider range. But it also needs to be a healer, so Kokomi pretty much has to be in that role. This is a new team, and I also ran a quest, or like a mini side quest. Don't worry about it, Lo. Like I know everyone's got things going on. This sword, I did a little bit of a side thingy in the snow mountain for whatever it's called again. And got this sword, and it's really nice for razors. So, like, because this one's a 4-star. I was previously running this one, which is a 3-star, which is almost half the damage. Like, this is also rank 70, but still, like, 263 versus 427. Like, that's, like, even the physical damage is lower, but the base attack is much higher. So, Razor's the main DPS here, and everyone else is just kind of more support for him. This one I haven't really run too much. It was just kind of a wacky build to try out. This one kind of got worked around again, but so we have Chi-Chi supporting Heizo, you know, for Swirl, as well as Electro Traveler. I switched back to that, and then Farozen just boosting Heizo's potential. Here's my beautiful Geo team. So Navia's mechanic involves picking up crystallized reactions. Once I realized that, because I knew I was either running Yunjin or Albedo. I know a lot of people run Zhongli, but I've already running Zhongli, and for those that don't know, I don't repeat characters in my teams. So Albedo's on this team because his skill basically just kind of pulsates cryo. And then I have Miko and Charlotte. Charlotte's the healer, and I used to use both their skills, but now I actually only try to use one of them. Because if I get a superconduct, it means it's a crystallize I didn't get. So I realized that I have to pick which one's effect I want on the field. And then Albedo's as well as Navia's will trigger and just do a lot of damage. Like, Navia's fucking, like, terribly broken. I saw the leaks about, like, what her skills and stuff were going to be before she was even revealed. And just knowing that information, I prepped to get her to 70 the moment I got her. So, like, she's level 70 there. And this is another team. It's Catching Rosaria, DPS, Toma support, Jean healer. This one, I ended up getting rid of Klee. So it's Yangfei, Bennett, like, so pretty much Yangfei's the primary DPS with Tartaglia backup DPS. Fischl is support, and Bennett support. Having, this one's really a basic attack type combo because his passive boosts everyone's primary attack. He boosts attack and pyro damage, which helps buff Yangfei, and 2 pyros boosts attack, so. I'm 1 away from getting Fischl at C6, and in January I can just buy it. I don't plan to pull for... I'm still on the fence, but right now I'm leaning towards not pulling for Cloud Retainer. I know I said in the past I really wanted to, but knowing she's Animo, I really don't want... Like, I'm not that really big on Animos anymore. Right? Like, I have all the Animos I want. I don't need more Animo characters. Right? And then this is another one. So, the thing is about this one's kind of interesting. So, Kirara was on Banner. And I think in the previous Banner set. And when you test ran her, it put her with Barbara. And if you use Barbara's skill and Kirara's skill, it basically just dishes out Bloom. It's actually kind of crazy. And so I'm like, okay, I want to run that. And then I ran, like, I had Cave on this team at one point, and then now it's pretty much just D-Luke Beidou. D-Luke's the primary DPS. Yeah, and then, so Navia's weapon is actually the new event weapon right now that just came out. So, high attack, Second sub is energy recharge, which doesn't really matter in the context of what I care about. Like, none of the characters really benefit from it that much because it's not high energy recharge compared to some of the other weapons. Already just automatic plus 24% attack. That's it. And then the other is, so the weapon's made out of cardboard made by the Melusines. The attack can increase up to an additional 24% by helping out the Melusines around Marusa village. So the last few days, I have just been binging every quest I could find that connected to this sword. And I have done them all. So this sword now gives Navia 48% attack increase if the math is correct. So yeah. So she's strong. Just to give you an idea, that 1700 attack is pretty good. I say it's pretty good, at least for my position in the game right now. Obviously, those are weak numbers compared to like people that are like end gamers and stuff. But I'm AR 45, and I don't grind my characters, and I don't grind for artifacts. So
well, if it isn't my dear partners.
That voice! It's Navia!
hello, beautiful.
I didn't expect to run into you guys here today. Are you headed somewhere?
Just getting in our daily dose of adventuring. No plans in particular.
How about you, Navia? Are you still busy rebuilding Poisson?
We've wrapped up most of the rebuilding, but there are still a few things left to take care of. Stocking up on materials, confirming construction timelines, discussing compensation terms with families affected by the disaster. Between all of that, I've been making a lot of trips between the court and Poisson.
Shouldn't you be the one offering?
Well, though the victims have received relief payments from the court, in my opinion, as the administrators of Poisson, Spina di Rosula should take some responsibility as well. Our financial situation right now isn't the best, so all we've been doing is signing agreements for the damages to be repaid at a later date. Though just pieces of paper now, they demonstrate our commitment. They're necessary to restore the people's faith in us.
Whoa! Spoken like a true president. You're a really responsible leader. That must be taking up most of your time though, right?
Oh, you bet. Between that and all the other errands I have to run at the court, I'm always forgetting one thing or another. So before I came over this time, I took a page from Melusa's book and decided to make a list of everything. This way, it's easy to see which tasks you haven't checked off. And then, since Melus loved using shorthand, I decided to also follow his example and come up with some shorthand of my own. But after running a few errands in the city, I'm kind of struggling to even read my own handwriting anymore.
That does sound like you, alright. So what kind of shorthand did you use?
Oh, wanna take a look?
Let Paimon see! Wait, there's nothing here but a bunch of weird symbols. This looks like a piece of kelp wrapped around a stick. And this other one, is it supposed to be a boar in a box?
The first one has to do with confirming the final payment amount for the fishermen, while the second one is a reminder to try the new burger that just hit the market.
Okay, Paimon can definitely see how you might forget what each of these mean.
Maybe you should use standardized shorthand symbols next time.
Thank you for your advice. These are the kinds of things you only really figure out once you've tried them out yourself. I thought that as long as I understood my shorthand when I came up with it, I'd be sure to remember the symbols when I looked at them later. Unfortunately, I've definitely proven myself wrong.
Well, now you know for next time.
Anyway, I should have already taken care of most of the things on the list. There are still a few symbols that I can't decipher, but I don't think they're anything too super important. Worst comes to worst, I'll just make another trip.
Ah, so you're going to head back now?
Yep, that's the plan. Oh, actually, since we talked about the reconstruction earlier, wanna come with me and check out the town for yourself? You said you don't have any plans, right? So we can just catch a boat and head over. It won't take long at all.
It's a bit sudden, but Paimon doesn't see why not. What do you think, Traveler?
Interesting to take a look.
Then let's go. We'll take a boat over.
Oh, you mean the Aquabus, right? Like the Clementine line?
Oh, sorry. I meant our own boat. The Aquabus doesn't have a station near Poisson, so we'll use one of the Spina's boats. All right,
Well,
follow
good to
me.
me.
I'll take you there. The engineer is still doing a few routine safety checks. We can head out as soon as we get the green light.
So, Paimon has always wanted to ask. The 3 Aquabus lines are all named after people in your family, right?
Yeah, that's right. Callus and Navia are self-explanatory, while Clementine was the name that my mother went by.
Those are the main sponsors for
If
the
you
correction, right?
provided the Mora to build the lines, then why isn't there even a dedicated line to Poisson? Spina di Rosula built all the lines, yet you still have to take a special boat just to go home. Paimon doesn't get it.
Well, what I heard is that most of our businesses don't actually use Poisson as a hub, so there was no real reason to build a line straight to Poisson. You are right that it is a bit strange, though. If you've already committed to build 3 lines, why not just add a 4th?
Yeah, that's what Paimon's saying. The Aquabus is so convenient, it's really a huge shame.
Well, it is what it is. You know what my father was like. Even I often struggled to figure out what was going on in his head.
Well, something that big also wouldn't have been just his call. Perhaps the rest of the Spina didn't see a point to having a 4th line.
But that would only be the
I feel like
case
there's
if he
something up
cared
with the
about what others
mechanic.
thought.
This is like
My
heavily
father was
suspicious to
always
me.
Really stubborn. Once he made up his mind, good luck getting him to change it. From what I've heard, the rights of all the other members of the Spina only went as far as giving him advice or suggestions, and no farther. That included my mother, too.
Huh. Well, that explains why you weren't on the greatest of terms with him.
Yeah, because I wouldn't just let him keep getting his way. He was just... not very agreeable.
Boss, the boat's ready. We can head out.
All right, then let's head out.
I don't know. I don't know why. Just the camera angles made it seem like all very heavily suspicious.
It'll be a while before we get to Poisson. Let's keep talking.
Navia, what was your mother like as a person? Oh, Paimon, sorry. She totally forgot that you mentioned before that she passed away during...
That's all right. I've heard many stories about her from the rest of the Spina. They've always said that they were sure we would have gotten along famously. While my papa was stiff like a board, my mother was supposedly super cheerful and funny. Their complementary personalities allowed them to make up for each other's flaws. My father would run the businesses and expand our reach, while my mother would keep the peace and make sure that everyone was happy. Their work made sure that the Spina could grow and thrive.
Sounds like they were not just a well-matched couple, but fantastic business partners as well.
Yeah, but those are just stories and anecdotes after all. It's hard for me to piece together a more complete or intimate picture of her. But sometimes, I'd still look at the Clementine line and wonder, would the Spina and Poisson still be what they are today had my mother survived? Silver once said that a name is a kind of inscription, a way to etch a memory into the world. When given a name, a cold, inanimate object can gain a completely new meaning. So, I will always associate the line with her in my heart. Over the past few weeks, I've also begun to appreciate how water can take in and hold our most intense feelings and memories, as well as how one may reflect on their past by watching the sea. I've lost many beloved people and memories to the sea. Even though I cannot stop for them and must continue to keep moving, the fact won't change that they existed in my life and gave me the reason and motivation to move forward.
You miss them? Missing Melissa and Silver?
Of course, I still haven't really gotten used to a life without them. But I tell myself that I need to keep looking towards the future. Everyone, even my parents, have already overcome so many obstacles. Besides, I'm the president of Spina di Rosula. I've got to keep my chin up. We've reached the shore. Let's go. I'll show you the new poisson.
Navia, do you think she's doing alright?
You've always been having to cope with one thing or another.
Paimon supposes you're right. She's really been through a lot. It couldn't have been easy shouldering so much by herself.
I will take the chicken. The new poisson. It doesn't look much different than the old one, but it's still new. Because we know the devs aren't going to pull a whole Lion's Arch on us and just completely redo the whole city.
Boss, you're back! Traveler and Paimon, welcome back to Poisson.
Oh, hey! Fancy seeing you again, Florent. Is it your turn to take care of Navia now?
Hey, I can totally take care of myself. For the time being, I'll go around without any attendance. We did hand over some of Malus's old responsibilities to Florent, though. It's been really nice to have him around to help out.
Thank you for the compliment, boss. As you see, I've been working closely with the boss on rebuilding Poisson. Mr. Malus was an extremely capable and respected member of the Spina. I've got some really big shoes to fill.
All right. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone's practically old friends by now. Were you waiting here for me? Did we manage to make any progress on the statue?
Yeah, we contacted a sculptor about the job, but they can't get started on sourcing a correctly sized block without knowing the design that we want to use first.
You're commissioning a statue?
So basically, we've been meaning to commission a statue of my parents in commemoration of everything they've done for the Spina and the town of Poisson. But since my father was known as callously unfaithful for the longest time, it would have been too controversial to commission a statue of him. But now that his name has been cleared, and the town is also being rebuilt, I thought this would be the perfect chance to actually realize this dream.
The funds to build the statue were freely donated by the people of Poisson to show their appreciation for Miss Clementine and Mr. Callus and everything they did.
Should Navia be featured with them too?
Me? I'm just the newbie president that's running around and causing everyone trouble. Maybe we can have this conversation again in a few decades, once I've done more for the town and the people.
Hey, there's no need to be so humble. Didn't you just help save the entire country?
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe that Boss should have a place on the statue.
Hey, if you keep inflating my ego like this, I might just float off into the sky with my parasol. Just kidding. There's no way that I'd accept that kind of compliment at face value. At a minimum, I'd have to match what my father did for the people.
I've been good. Low, just, sick a couple times. But other than that, I've been fine. You know, it's, you know, just retail Christmas and, you know, the hell that that's supposed to be. But other than that, I've been good.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. I just don't think I'm ready yet. Anyway, Florent, now it's up to us to confirm the final design, right?
Mm-hmm. We can ask the sculptor to start looking for a good block once we've decided on the poses for Miss Clementine and Mr. Callis. But we haven't had any real discussions yet on the possible designs. I feel like I should get a few promising designs first, and then send them over to you to review.
There's no need for all that. Let's decide on a design right now. Hey, you! Come over here with me.
Yep. Both being 6 were sinus infections. I'm very susceptible to them. The first one was during my week off from work. I was sick. I actually had to not stream on my week off because of this.
Modeling a few poses, of course. Here, just pretend to be Callis, and I'll be Clementine. Didn't you say on the boat that Callis and Clementine sounded like great partners? Well, then there's no one better to fill this role than my most valuable partner.
Oh my god.
Let's grab some
Well,
reference shots.
Navia is trying to
You
jump
got
up
it,
the
boss.
list of
I'll go
best
get the camera.
pairings for Ether.
Well, what do you think? Got any ideas?
I personally feel like top 3 is now, in no particular order, Ayaka, Navia, and Shinha.
Well, I've actually discussed it a bit with Florent before, but I could never come up with any fresh or original
Oh, no.
ideas. It's probably because my idea of them is already kind of...
Yeah, I got this
set in
sinus infection from
stone.
powdered
I
donuts,
want to
if you
pick
can
your
believe
brain
it.
for a bit and see if you can come up with some new and interesting ideas.
I'm all good here, boss. Feel free to start posing whenever.
A happy pose? You mean something like we were laughing together at a funny joke?
Would all that be able to come through with just a picture?
Would we even be able to tell what they are supposed to be laughing about?
Yeah, and that'd probably be a massive pain to sculpt as well.
Could one of you try striking a pose like you're talking while the other one laughs?
I feel like it should have been the other way around.
Forget it. Let's try something else.
By that, do you mean as if we were standing on a boat and looking out at the
Yeah,
sea?
my sinuses are very
Let's give that a
sensitive,
try.
like I said, right? So it's the powder. While eating the donuts, the powder got into my sinuses and it infected them instantly. I'm not even joking. It's not even the first time it's happened.
That island is dripping with mora fruit.
But there's something off with the composition. This pose makes Mr. Callis look too tall next to the lady.
Oh, I see what you mean. Then let's swap.
Well, Paimon is a fan. A statue like this would look fantastic on a boat.
Wait, but we can't do that. Very few people would see the statue if we were to put it on a boat. This statue is meant to be placed in the town.
But then, since we're putting it in the town, the whole point of the pose would be lost.
Oh, okay. We'll try to think of something else.
Really?
Imposing, huh? Oh, I've got it. Let's try this.
This pose! It makes me recall Sfina di Rasula's glorious golden age.
But isn't Clementine's pose a bit too bold
Yeah.
and heroic? Was she really that kind of person?
I have to wear a mask pretty much outside and at work all winter until the humidity comes back. The air gets so dry. If I didn't, I'd probably get a sinus Like my first year working with my company, I had a sinus infection every month, 5 months in a row.
Please don't make Paimon disappear.
What Florent meant was that we
And I
asked the
missed 2
journalists
days
to
of work
choose new
each time.
alias. You're right, though, that this may not accurately
Even,
represent
you know,
the image
even
of her
this
in our
time, it's
hearts.
like, I left
to come
work
up with something
very
else.
early on Thursday, called in sick Friday, and left work a bit early on Saturday.
We tried a bunch of different ideas, but none of them felt
Nope.
right. Paimon's all out of brain juice now, too.
Oh, don't worry. We still got a lot of reference shots out of the session, and each of them can be considered to be a souvenir in their own right. Let's just keep the ideas we tried as backups. Man, if I knew I was going to do a photo shoot with the Traveler, I would have prepared a lot of outfits and props ahead of time. Oh, outfits! Oh, that's the errand I forgot back in the city. Do either of you still remember that girl? The girl I went to see with you two. Her name is Adele.
Oh, Paimon remembers her. She was the one that we met while investigating Mr. Callus's case, right?
Yes, that's exactly who I'm talking about. So, after the case, she was finally willing to talk to me, and she told me that she wanted to join the Spina too. I said that it's fine, but young children are not allowed to join the Spina. She will just have to wait a few years, and then we'll welcome her with open arms. Since she's still a child, though, she thought I was just trying to let her down gently. But how could I get her to believe that I meant what I said? In the end, I came up with an idea. I'd have a Spina uniform made and give it to her as a gift. But I got so busy and distracted in the city that I forgot to pick the uniform up. So I did forget something important after all.
Don't worry, boss. I can send someone to pick it up right away.
On the matter of the statue, we should still come up with a few more ideas for the design. I'll have to trouble you to source some for me.
We could have just done that from the start. Yeah, you're right. They'll have some value as souvenirs, at least.
Navia! Florent, guess who's back?
Huh? But aren't you supposed to...
Oh, well, if it isn't Coulter. Back already from the Fortress of Meripede?
That's right. I finally finished serving my time. Gotta say, turns out I was a lot tougher than I thought. After I got out, I immediately made a beeline back to Poisson. You could say that familiar, briny smell became a primal call, urging me to forget everything else and just come back home. You wouldn't believe how much I've missed Melissa's grilled fish. I dreamed about it every time I had to get a welfare meal down there underneath the sea.
It's good to have you back, Coulter. You look as well as ever.
And this guy is?
Let me introduce you. This is Coulter, another of Spina di Rosula's members. He was found guilty and sentenced to the Fortress of Meripede some time ago. But, looking at it now, it was probably another one of Marcel's plots while he worked at the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Wait, Mr. Marcel? What do you mean? He was involved in some sort of plot?
Have you not heard anything at all about the water from the primordial sea case?
Well, I know that Fontaine got flooded, but then the water levels miraculously receded. I thought that was all there was to it and didn't care to ask for any more details. Do you mean Mr. Marcel was somehow involved with all that?
Oh, looks like we'll have to explain everything from the top. That case, a lot of things have happened in Poisson since then. First things first, let me introduce you to these two. They're my most trusted partners, and they've been with me through thick and thin. Now you could call them Spina di Rosula's VIP helpers.
Oh, nice to meet you. I don't recall Navia ever generously complimenting anyone like that before. So you must be pretty amazing to get that from her.
Yeah, we are indeed pretty amazing. But We've been cool since before
All
we...
credit to Paimon? Yeah, I'm never gonna say that.
Humble again as always, I see. Even when I was totally sincere with my praise.
Nice, nice. Spina di Rosula always seems to attract great people. Oh, that reminds me. Where are Malus and Silver? Aren't they always by your side?
About that.
Coulter, a lot of things happened while you were gone. As you can see, even Poisson isn't quite the same as how it was before you left.
They lost their lives, keeping me safe during the flood.
What did you say? This isn't some kind of morbid welcome home prank, right? You're just scaring me on purpose because I don't know anything about what's happened.
I'm sorry, but it's the truth. They weren't the only people we lost either. Many others, including Melissa, also lost their lives in the disaster.
Malus and Melissa, dead. They're just gone? Malus, I was planning to give him a surprise gift once I ran into him again in town. I can't believe it.
Hey! Keep it together!
Malus and Coulter were friends for many years, and even served on many missions together during the early days of the Spina. I can understand how he feels.
Let's sit down somewhere, so I can tell you everything that has happened while you were gone. Fair warning, there was a lot.
Okay.
I wasn't sure where the story was gonna go yet, and I'm still not 100% sure where it's gonna go, but in a lot of cases, these stories aren't necessarily... It's more about the character development of each, you know, the character rather than an actual plot. So... So, like, this is gonna be about Navia moving forward, in the long and short of it.
All of this, it's unbelievable. I can't believe that those stories were real. It all really happened. Has the world
Had I
gone
not
mad?
personally experienced all those events, I would have found them very difficult to
I
accept.
think you and I both feel the same way about the profound tragedy of Melusa's loss. And the sheer depravity of Marcel's actions.
I thought Mr. Marcel would always stand by the Spina. Everything he had, the Spina gave to him. It's unconscionable to have received all that, and yet still plot to kidnap and dissolve you for his insane research.
The good news is that the Confrérie of Cabriere is no more. Gone with them too is the entire synth manufacturing and distribution network. We finally closed the curtain on that long struggle.
Are you sure? But if Marcel wanted to rebel against us, he probably sent word in secret to Romeu.
Romu?
Huh. Not a name I've heard before either.
Florent should remember him. You see, there was once a major internal dispute regarding funding the construction of the Aquabus lines. Romeu was the leader of the faction that thought such a vast sum of mora would be better spent improving the town of Poisson. But Mr. Callis believed that an opportunity to collaborate with the court of Fontaine and the Fontaine Research Institute was hard to come by, and would allow us to build many valuable relationships. Not only would the Aquabus be a good business investment, it would also boost our reputation among the general populace, eventually paying us massive dividends down the line. But the two couldn't come to an agreement. Romeu ended up taking a lot of people with him when he left Spina di Rosula altogether, and the split was on extremely bad terms.
Ugh. And with Papa's stubbornness, I can definitely imagine how it must have gone down.
And of course, when he was suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous injustice, those relationships that he spent a fortune to build didn't help in the least.
Yeah, you could say it was the price he paid for sticking to his beliefs.
That couldn't have been the first time a dispute like that happened, right?
That's a good point. If Callus was really as stubborn as you say, then wouldn't he have argued with the rank and file all the time?
Oh yeah, it eventually became a thing that just happened on every day that ended with Y. But Navia, boss, you might not know this, but he wasn't always like that. He used to be a lot better with taking counsel. With him listening to our advice, and Ms. Clementine also frequently on our side, it was pretty smooth sailing for a good many years. But on the matter of the Aquabus, even Ms. Clementine completely stood by Mr. Callus's side.
Huh. I never knew. But from my perspective, Romeo's position had a lot going for it. Couldn't they have sat down and talked it out?
I think the Aquabus was just the straw that broke the camel's back. On that topic, they eventually came to a rather radical conclusion. They believed that Miss Clementine lost her ability to serve as an impartial mediator when she became pregnant with Callus's child.
So, they thought she had betrayed them? But that doesn't make any sense. Before she was their mediator, my mother was also her own person, and a member of the Spina. She should have the right to take any side she wished.
Yeah, but to them, even taking a side was betrayal enough. They felt like their voices could no longer be heard once their sole mediator had gone over to the other side. Of course,
He picks the other side once, and apparently she's not impartial anymore.
Aquabus project as her final wish. With that, the last hope of reconciliation was gone.
So that's what happened.
From that point on, Romeo and his people cut ties with the Spina, and never gave us any kind of professional or personal courtesy ever again. Perhaps they've regarded us as enemies ever since they left. But even so, there is still no proof that they ever acted in concert with Marcel.
I've also heard that they aren't in a good financial position, so they've been lying low for a while. But as long as they exist, they'll continue to be a threat.
Huh. I think Coulter's got a point. Both Marcel and Romeo had my father in their sights for a very long time. Even though Marcel's faction has been dissolved, we still don't know anything about Romeo's whereabouts. If they're still trying to get revenge on us, with how distracted and vulnerable we are, now would be the best time.
Good thinking,
Navi.
boss.
I'm sitting here this whole time, and I'm just like, the concept thought in my head is Navia is just so beautiful.
Thank you for that, Florent. And Coulter, thank you for telling me about this as well.
Don't worry, it's nothing. Do you have a moment right now? How about we go out for a walk?
Like, I think she's my
incredulous
perfect
things
character in
today.
this game.
I'm finding it a bit hard to calm down even now.
I think she may have even passed
I'll just
Nahida as my
never
favorite
see them
character.
again.
In that
Nahida
case,
would still be number
why
2
don't
though.
we
I
go
don't see
back to the
Nahida
court?
ever
Pick up
getting
Delphi
eclipsed
while
from
we're there
number
as
2.
well. It'll save Laurent's guys a trip. Want to come with me again, you two? You don't mind, do you, Coulter?
Of course. That's fine by me.
Then let's go! Paimon feels like a lot's hinging on this visit.
We really are the best of partners. Come on, let's go.
Because the thing is, I said earlier that the 3 characters that I would arguably say would canonically end up with 8th Ether if we're talking about a monogamous pairing would be Navia, Shenhe, and Ayaka. And they all have proper reasoning to be overtly attached to him, right? Not only has he helped them severely with big problems, but is also pretty much their only real friend in some context. Like, Navia like it was just explained here that Navia considers Ether to be an incredibly well-trusted friend, which apparently is praise she does not give very often, right? Ayaka has mentioned many times that she pretty much doesn't have friends. Like, she doesn't really get to hang out with people or do things, right? And Ether is one of those people she can do them with. And she enjoys that attachment. And then Shenhe pretty much doesn't have human contact until Ether. And, like, it was during the cutscene, like, where she froze the tsunami that, you know, it's like, where she pretty much, like, kind of understood, like, what it meant to protect someone you care about, and realizing that that was Ether. And, like, obviously the same rule can apply to Lumine, too, but if we're I'm talking about, like, I guess we could talk about it either way, whether it's hetero or homo. But I know personally within the Genshin fandom, Ether's pairings and Lumine's pairings are vastly different, right? Like, Ayaka and Shenhe are not considered general pairings for Lumine in the community. I know, like, I think for Lumine, I think some of the more popular ones are like Child, like Tartaglia, Albedo, I think is decently popular. I don't know if Venti's that popular. I don't think Lumine pairings are as popular as Ether pairings, but Ether is also more capable of the harem type thing, right? So, and generally, canonically, Ether is the Ether's the main character. Like, if you look at, like, a lot of the promotional materials and stuff, they've kind of considered Ether to be the protagonist. Lumine's just the ability to be a girl. Pretty much, you're not even Lumine, really. You're a girl Ether.
Are we not taking the boat this time?
Beautiful.
It's nice to walk from time to time, isn't it? Think of it as something like,
Sorry, what were you saying?
once we're there, we can stay a few days before we return.
Sounds good. I haven't walked this road in a long time.
Yeah, I love this idea that Wriothesley, like Fontaine introduces the two Catalyst cryo users. One's great and the other's terrible at frost walking.
Come at the bee.
Right now, right here. Oh.
Coming at ya!
Goodbye. Oh, come on, get off of it. Come on. Stop it! Drop me! Really? I wanted to pick up the loot! Fuck off! Like, what the fuck is this? I just wanted to pick up the loot the guy dropped! There better be one fucking here when I spawn. Fuck off! What a waste of time.
Whoa, what a stroke
Oh, come on.
Well, we've walked far enough for now. Let's take a break. Since we're out for a walk, we shouldn't stress too much about the destination.
I've grown old, so I'm not as fit as before. It's a good thing that at least my work down in the fortress was quite the workout.
Well, Paimon thinks you're doing great. We didn't have to slow down for you at all.
Back in the days before the aquabus lines were built, we often had to hike north with our goods, then catch a boat to the court. Malus and I must have traveled this way hundreds of times. When we were tired, we would lay down for a while on the grass, and when we were hungry, we'd catch a fish or two. The Spina was still on the rise back then. Mr. Callus was generous, and everyone had the chance to strike it rich. So, of course, we all worked really hard. And now, in the blink of an eye, the aquabus lines have been built, and this road has fallen into disuse. Oh, I know. I was just being a little nostalgic.
Then let's stay here a bit longer. Anyone want snacks?
Oh, is this another chance to try some of Navia's macarons? Paimon's been dreaming of them.
Yep, I figured you wouldn't say no to a few more. Oh, wait. Let me check if I have all the ingredients. Malus and Silver used to take care of tasks like this. Okay, the stove's looking good. And as for the ingredients, seems like we're all out of flour and sugar. The two most important ingredients of all. Oh, would you? Oh, but it would be too much to ask you to go.
I already have plenty!
We should contribute to making the macaron too! Don't worry, we cook out in the wild all the time, so he should have some stuff on hand.
Oh, that's great. Then I'll leave the ingredient gathering to you. As long as...
Then I'll go look for some boxes nearby for a makeshift table and chairs.
Great. Then I'll prep the stove. Let's get to work, everyone.
Is there like actual wheat nearby, or is I'm assuming it's in the crates? Look, if we're gonna fight, I'm gonna get I want all three of you grouped together. We're not doing this one at a time here. Get your asses all on top of each other.
Live! Right now, emerge. A proper send-off! From the Spina, watch out! Hey there!
Dead. She's my hardest hitting character.
Quick,
Like, Navia team's probably the most consistent in just general damage, but one button and I can hit 5 digits, like, super easily. And then I probably have to say my second most reliable team is probably the Risley team. Just with how I built Risley, it's actually very functional. I would say that like the Tainari team's good, but I wouldn't say it's groundbreaking.
How did it... You've all done your part.
Whoa, these macarons look and taste magnificent! Your cooking is as good as ever, Navia.
Boss's baking skills have always been famous. Everyone in the Spina knows how exceptionally talented she is.
Oh, it's just a hobby. There's no need to praise me for it like that.
Have you two seriously never considered joining us? You're so close to the boss, and she obviously trusts you with all her heart, so... I see. Is that why you have to always stay on the road?
You just happened to walk in on our little reunion. It's actually been quite a while since we last spent time together. Adventurers never stay in one place for long. The name of Spina di Rosula would just tie them down. Besides, after everything we've been through together, I'm sure our hearts would remain intertwined even if we found ourselves on opposite sides of the world.
That's certainly one way of putting it.
Even if Paimon was far beyond the horizon, she'd still remember the delicious taste of Navia's macaron.
I understand now. Then I am very lucky indeed to have been graced with the chance to meet the two of you. I will endeavor to make the most of this short yet fortuitous encounter, and enjoy every moment we spend together.
We've got no wine with us, but let's still toast with water, in celebration of this moment.
Cheers! Hey, what are you doing?
May your travels go smoothly, may the Spina continue to grow, and may our friendship last until the end of time.
Removing their cover for the next time. Is the quest blocked? Yep. A certain trifle. No, like there's an icon, like this update to you know to this banner and stuff. So many QOL updates. It's fantastic. I still wish I could just switch which quest was priority. Like, does it really matter which quest is interfering with what? Because I feel like this just kind of breaks a lot of, like, immersion and shit. It's just like, I'm trying to follow through with the plot of something, and I have to keep getting thrown around by quest A, B, and C, because B can't do anything because C's in the way, so you do C, and now A is blocking C, so you need to do A so C can progress, so you can get B to progress. Then you finally get to B, and oh, it's now blocked by A, and... The only way a quest should be blocked if it's by prerequisite. If you do not have prerequisites, the quest should be fine to be done. I should literally just be able to go into the menu and it says, "Hey, it's blocked by this quest." I should be allowed to pick the option override and allow the quest I'm currently on to take priority over the other quest. That's the QOL update that I want, and that's the one I'm surprised hasn't existed in the game, you know, in the fucking, like, 5 regions we've gone to. Let me just go to the statue here so I can heal up Miko and Navia. Part of me kind of wants to remove Miko from this team just because, like, her skill's good, don't get me wrong, but the problem I have comes down to, you know, application. Like, I almost feel like maybe I could switch her with Beto here, because Beto's skill... Her burst, I mean. Like, and then I could kind of alternate between her and Charlotte a little bit more. Like, I just like something that can be a bit more active on the field. Like, even, like, I go back to Raiden a lot, but Raiden's skill is just so good for off-fielding. Even Shinobu's is good. Because, like, especially once you get the duration increase, like, it lasts longer than the cooldown. So, you know, once it's done, you can switch back. I want Fischl at C6 because it extends Oz's duration by 2 seconds, which is a massive help for keeping her on field, or keeping him on field. Oh yeah, while I was also pulling for Navia, I did get another Favonius Lance, which I was super happy about, because fucking every polearm user in the world needs goddamn energy recharge for one reason or another. Surprised. I still need to level up Wanderer and Layla. I feel like get them to 60. I'm surprised Wanderer is still 50. I thought I got him to 60 a long time ago. Let's give it a try. We'll switch Miko
Well,
and
since you asked so nicely.
Beto. And just see how it goes.
I trust you.
What's her energy recharge again? Like, what do I have it set to? It should be like at least 60 something. Yeah, 177. Yeah, that's not bad.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I also learned that I don't even have C1 Beto. Which would be interesting because C1 Beto gets a shield from using her burst. Alright, let's give this a try. Oh my god! Can we move on? Like, this is a side quest. It doesn't need to be for fucking like, 2 centuries. I just want to do the actual story content here. How does that not take precedence over side quests? Like, I'm so happy I installed a macro that just spam clicks through all this shit. I literally don't care. Like, one of the Melamuse quests that I had to do for the sword was a world quest. And it involved this, like, robot, one of those Fontaine robot dogs named Seymour. And that's effectively the context I got out of it. Didn't read a damn thing. So I don't really do world quests on stream, is because I don't read the dialogue, so it's just boring to spam click through it all. So when I do them off stream, I can just set up my macro like I am now to just spam click through every option while I, you know, read a fan fiction or watch or pay attention to the video I'm watching on YouTube on my laptop to my right. Or, if depending on circumstance, my phone. Sometimes I'll put a video on while I'm in the bathroom or something, and then because it's on my phone already, I don't see a reason to, like... I don't see a reason to like, pause the video or move it to my laptop or anything. Problem is you know what vibes these types of quests give me? These games give me Pokemon Gen 7 vibes. And the funny thing is Gen 7, I still consider Gen 7 to be a great game. But it's just annoying to play through because of all the fucking dialogue and cutscenes. Like, it's great, and you know, it's minorly annoying the first time you play, because it's like, you do just want to play the game, but at least you're learning the story, you know the story. But once you beat the game and you're just replaying, you don't need to know the story anymore. And we're talking about Nintendo here. Nintendo will never put cutscene skips in.
All set?
The only way a Nintendo game will have a cutscene skip is if it was only published by Nintendo. Made directly by them, there will never be a cutscene skip. Fucking finally, let's get the hell into this next part of the quest.
Hey there, Ludovine. How's business lately?
Ah, the demoiselle of Spina de Rosula. I must say, your generous patronage is the one thing keeping me from going bankrupt.
Nonsense. We all know what a talented businesswoman you are. Oh, and don't forget, she's the boss now.
My mistake, my mistake. I just got so used to calling her Demoiselle. Are you here for the uniform?
Yep. I forgot to drop by earlier when I was running errands around here.
I didn't expect Demoiselle to come and pick it up in person. It's just a uniform after all. Any of your folks could have come instead.
Navia's always liked to take even small things seriously.
Hey, that's not the only reason I'm here. There are a few.
Oops.
Boss has got a point.
I misclicked.
Going on a trip with friends is always better than staying cooped up at home.
Very well. Please, wait here while I retrieve the uniform for you.
Can someone remind Paimon again why Adele wants to join the Spina?
She hasn't given me any concrete reasons. All she says is that she really looks up to me. After we cleared her father's name, she became a lot more cheerful and outgoing. It's probably because she now knows for sure that her father was never a bad person. She said she used to be terrified of Papa, so as a result, she found all the rest of the Spina super scary as well. But the Spina is very different now. She mustered up the courage to talk to me, and felt like I could really understand her. Yeah, you could say that. By uncovering the truth about the case, I was able to give her closure at the same time. She said that she wanted to become someone like me. Someone who could lend a hand to others, instead of standing still and waiting for others to help her.
From the sound of it, she'll be a wonderful addition to the Spina.
I think so too. But for now, let's focus on giving her a great atmosphere to grow and thrive. She can commit to us once she's older, and can really make that decision for herself.
Daimien noticed him again. Wasn't just hearing things.
Is something up, Traveler?
Someone's telling us.
Tailing? Oh, Paimon's coming.
I'll go check it out too. Coulter, please hold on to this for me.
All right.
Paimon saw them too. They headed up.
Run!
Right there!
Lightning blade! You think you're gonna outrun me? Got you.
We knew you were going to be difficult.
Seems like if we want them to talk, we're gonna need to teach them a lesson first.
Brothers, there's no need to skulk in the dark anymore. Let's take them out!
Hey, I get to control Navia.
Coming to beat.
This one's got
Goodbye.
your name on it!
Boom! I win. Oh, you're still alive.
Attack! That's the way.
I win.
Now, talk. Who are you? And why were you tailing us?
Don't think we'll let you off easy if you keep silent.
How did it go, boss? Are any of you hurt?
If you thought they stood any chance against us, you were sorely mistaken.
Actually, how broken Navia is.
Stop playing tough and start talking. There won't be any room for negotiation once the Maison Gardiennage gets involved.
We're looking to get vengeance on Spina di Rosula. We were discovered, and can't beat you in a fight. We admit it. We lost.
Get revenge? Wait, you're not Romeu's followers, are you?
You actually know that name? But if you do, then surely you should understand why we hate you so much.
Okay, I'm just gonna be right back. I was waiting for the option so it wouldn't play the story. I'm back.
Indeed. You haven't got the faintest hope of winning right now.
We were out drinking when we saw Navia. We got so angry we decided to follow you guys and look for an opportunity to really mess up your day. Too bad you guys messed up ours first.
You're lying.
Huh?
You were following us all the way here.
You're pretty sharp. But so what? We didn't do anything. And now it should be pretty obvious that we can't do anything to you anyway. Seeing you like that just really ticked us off. And we let the drink go to our heads.
Listen, Callus is long dead. No matter what happened in the past, I want to be able to start things anew. I am the current president of Spina di Rosula. If your boss wants to talk with me, I'd be happy to meet with him. I won't press charges for your attack. That should also help demonstrate my sincerity.
I understand. Thank you. I'll let our boss know.
But if you so much as think about pulling something like this again, I won't be so lenient next time. Understood?
All right. We get it. Come on, let's go.
Are you sure it's okay to just let them go like that, Navia?
I don't want to inherit my father's grudges, too. Moreover, when it comes to the Aquabus, I don't think what my father did was entirely correct either. If the other side is willing to talk, I'm happy to open the door for a reconciliation. Opportunities for new beginnings are all around us.
I support Boss's decision as well. The concept of an eye for an eye is a primitive practice that has no place in today's Spina di Rosula.
Yes. Plus, we already know that they're strapped for cash. If their financial situation is that dire, they don't have what it takes to challenge us. So this may be the best time to talk. I still think we should keep an eye out for Romeo's folks, though. If he decides to ignore the warning I gave his men, then we could still have a fight on our hands.
Yeah, those guys definitely didn't look like big fans of yours.
I'd rather things not go that far, since, though we haven't talked to each other for years, once upon a time we were all a part of the Spina di Rosula family.
Yep, that's how I feel as well. Anyway, now that we've sent them packing, we don't have to worry about those guys anymore. It's getting late already, so why don't we stay the night in the Fleuve Cendre? We can head back to Poisson tomorrow. I'll also ask someone to write Florent a letter and inform him of everything that happened here today, so he can increase security around Poisson and be on guard against any suspicious individuals.
Do we have to stay in the Fleuve Cendre again? Even the pillows there smell like seaweed.
Sorry, that's just what happens when you live near water and don't get much sunlight. Poisson's pretty much the same though, so I've long since gotten used to it. We can still go out in the evening for some grilled fish and drinks though. Bet you there'll be people singing sea shanties too. How does that sound?
Huh. That does sound pretty cool. Okay, Paimon's on board now. Let's go! Paimon wants to sing too! Coming back here really does feel like this place is starting to grow on Paimon. If you think about it, it would be kind of weird if the Spina's base at the court was some super luxurious building like the Palais Mermonia.
Totally. Right on the money, Paimon. Although, of course, with the continued growth of the Spina, Papa wanted Poisson to eventually grow into a metropolis, not unlike the court. He was a very ambitious man, who rarely looked behind or beneath him. For better or worse, that always made him stand out from the crowd.
And that's also why people hated him just as much as they loved him.
All right. Why don't you go wait for me at the restaurant? I'll go do some prep and I'll get someone to tidy up your room while I'm at it. You can use the same room as last time. You still remember the room number, yeah?
Yep. Kinda hard to forget when there are only so many rooms here after all.
Oh, did I just hear someone taking a dig at Fleuve Cendre? I'll tell my guys to stuff your pillows full of actual seaweed right now.
Have mercy, Navia. If you do that, then Paimon really won't be able to sleep at all.
I was just kidding. Be on your way now.
Where am I shitting?
Hello? Are you asleep yet? Oh, no, not at all. I just figured that since we don't get to enjoy nights like these very often, we should try to enjoy it to the fullest. Wanna go fishing? I've got some rods and lures ready.
Oh, so that's the prep you were talking about. Sure, we'll come.
This is just filled with subtleties of Navia wanting to spend as much time with Ether as possible.
I knew it. You really are my best partner. Okay, let's go. To the fishing spot.
I feel like going this far away without telling Coltier is a bad idea. You know, just a thought and everything, but... Yeah, let's try this again. Not necessarily the exploration I wanted to do, but I'm not going to complain. This looks like a very valuable chest, so why not? Heyo!
Umbrella warfare, I guess. Hiya! A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Cha! Hiya! Haha! I'm loving this treasure hunt.
I see the other two steelies. Or sealies, whatever they're called.
Hey there!
Oh, I see. Oh, come on! Fucking finally.
This world holds many a rare treasure.
Alright, now let's continue with the story now.
How can you call this fishing when you're using a fully automatic rod?
What's the problem? Lots of people in Poisson use rods like these.
But shouldn't fishing be all about, you know,
Well, that's one way to enjoy fishing. What do you think, Traveler?
I don't know. So here's the thing. Automation, gaming-wise, automation is technically, yes, more efficient, but the concept of fishing is all manual. You remove the automatic, it doesn't feel like fishing anymore. And as someone that's obviously done fishing in games and in real life, I'm gonna go Plymon's method.
Let's try regular rods next time. We can have a real fishing competition.
Honestly, Paimon's mainly shocked at how much energy you still have at this hour. Usually by this time of night, it's a struggle for Paimon to even keep her eyes open.
I'm just an insomniac right now.
It might just be something that runs in my family.
That's a thing?
I'm sure you'd get even sleepier if I delved more deeply into it. Anyway, I was just thinking about how grateful I am to my mother, as well as the rest of the Spina. My father always had a lot of unrealistic expectations for me. But the more that he tried to get me to become like him, the less I wanted to listen to what he had to say. My mother never had those kinds of expectations, though. I've heard that she had only one wish for me, which was that I would have a happy and secure childhood. All the members of the Spina greatly respected her wish, so no matter what I did as a child, they were happy to humor me. Can you imagine? Whenever my father wanted to scold me for something I'd done, everyone would form up into 2 rows and just stand silently and listen to him rant. Malus and Silver were always there too. No matter what Papa yelled, nobody else would say a word. Eventually, Papa must have recognized scolding me over trivial matters was pointless, because he eventually stopped getting on my case so often.
Paimon would have never guessed.
Yeah. Looking back on it now as an adult, I can hardly believe how patient and kind everyone was. When I was young, I often thought that I could do whatever I wanted, because there'd always be someone there to clean up after me. But once, I saw Malus come back wounded. He wouldn't tell me how he'd been injured, but I could tell it had something to do with me. I learned then that there's always a cost to making a mistake. The more you care about those around you, the more you should care about doing the right thing to the best of your abilities. Because if you do falter, there'll inevitably come a time when you'll have to face the consequences.
Good for you.
Sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. I wasn't planning to talk about sad things tonight. Basically, I was just saying that the nurturing atmosphere of the Spina must have been my mother's legacy, rather than my father's. And if that's the only way that I can continue to feel her love, then I'd like to pass that warmth on.
Is that why you let those guys go today?
Although, maybe there's a part of not wanting to repeat the mistakes of the past. I want to be reasonable, at least. Hey, look! I think you've got something on the line!
But why isn't the rod automatically reeling it in?
Oh, there must be something wrong with how I installed the mechanism. It was my first time putting one of those rods together. We can't let it get away. Come on, you two. Let's catch it.
You want Paimon to help too?
We'll just end up needing to fish Paimon in, too.
You didn't attach a hook to your line?
That would do it.
Stop wasting time! The boss ain't gonna wait all day. We'll go ahead with the operation tomorrow. Do with that information as you wish.
Of course. A knife in the back is only beneficial when it comes from many different angles.
Makes it fair.
Well, if we're just talking about the number of missing parts, sure. Oh, never mind. Paimon really can't keep her eyes open anymore.
All right. Go to bed. I had a great time today.
See you tomorrow, Navia.
See you tomorrow. So how was last night? Did you get a good night's sleep?
Paimon dreamt that she danced with the sea stars, so you could say it was.
I love the look on her face. How do I I need to screenshot this. Try and do another one here too, where I don't get like any of the text either. All right, we're good.
I didn't know you had such a great sense of humor.
See? This guy gets it!
Anyway, let's head out. I'll arrange for a boat to take us back to Poisson. I'm sure Adele will be happy to see you two again.
Paimon hopes she'll really appreciate your gift.
I hope so too.
Messenger ping? It was from my sister. A Merry Christmas notification and all that. What are you up to today? Streaming.
Adele, we're back. We brought you a gift from the court, too.
Whoa! Thank you so much, boss!
Don't call her boss, okay, Adele? Just Miss Navia would be fine.
Oh, it's all right. I don't mind. Besides the gift, I've also got another surprise. Guess who's here?
It's been a while!
Hello again.
Oh, it's you two. It has been a while indeed. Thank you so much for your help on Jacques' case. I've heard that you also helped save all of Fontaine. You're truly just like the great heroes of legend.
You're really amazing! And if Miss Navia's your friend, then she must be super amazing too! What's in this thing? Can I look?
Of course. Go ahead.
Oh, it's a Spina di Rosula uniform! Is it for me? But isn't it a bit big?
Well, it's a gift for future you. When you first told me that you were interested in joining the Spina, I was overjoyed. But it's the Spina's responsibility to protect everyone as well. Being a member means becoming involved in all kinds of dangerous situations. And since you're still young, I don't want your mom to have to worry about your safety. So I turned you down then by telling you that you'll have to wait until you're older. But this uniform is a promise that you can join us once you're old enough to wear it.
Oh, so that's it! Well, thank you so much, Miss Navia! I'll work hard and grow up as fast as I can!
But you can't really grow up faster by working hard. You've got to be patient.
Everyone, I'm really grateful that you remembered my daughter's wish and took it seriously. Thanks to the protection of the Spina, even though her father's no longer with us, we've still felt plenty of warmth and security.
Oh, it's the least we could do. As long as you live in Poisson, even
Sorry, I
if
was
you're
missing
not
you,
an
my sister,
official
the whole
member,
time.
you're still part of the family.
Boss!
Huh? Is something up, Florent?
I've got something urgent to report. Romeu and his folks have gathered outside Poisson and even shipped in a huge pile of explosives.
What? Explosives? What do they want?
It seems like they've been planning this for some time. We started investigating as soon as we received your letter yesterday. But Romeu and his folks must have gotten wind as well, because they abandoned their former posts before we could even check on them. We investigated their tracks and found out that they're after Poisson.
They have smartened up since we caught them red-handed at the court?
Seems like they've got no interest in sitting down and talking at all. We should have gone straight to the Maison Gardiennage.
Sorry, I underestimated the situation. Well, too late now, I suppose. Florent, where are they keeping their explosives?
On the hill to the east of Poisson, near the Clementine line.
Are you streaming right now? Yep. I am also commentating on my sister messaging me.
They want to blow up the Clementine line?
Certainly sounds like it.
Romeu and his followers hate the Spina, and everything to do with Callus. And the Aquabus was the source of their contention. If they manage
Glad I
to
can
blow
provide
up the
content.
Aquabus line, all of that rubble will come crashing down the hill and straight into Poisson.
Are they insane? There's tons of innocent people in Poisson!
Yeah, If they've been planning this for ages, they're definitely not going to let this opportunity slip by. We have to issue an evacuation order to the townspeople, and get them as far away from the entrance as possible. That should save them from the worst of it.
Let's get everyone onto our ship. That should be the safest place.
My dear partner, can I leave the Clementine line to you? If the explosives do go off, not only would the people of Poisson be in danger, any aquabuses using the line would plummet to the ground. Let's stop their insanity first, then settle the score with them.
Got it.
Leave it to us, Navia. Please stay safe, too.
Let's go, you two. We've got to act fast. Miss Coralie, please take Adele to the ship.
Watch out, boss! What do you think you're doing, Coulter?
I thought all the annoying little hindrances had left, but I still couldn't get rid of you.
You mean this was all a trick? So that you'd be left alone with me? Coulter, are you with Romeo too? Oh. I get it now. You knew about their plans all along. You only told us they were doing badly so that we'd drop our guard.
Not quite. Though I share their positions on some issues, I've never cared for his more radical ideas. And that's because, out of the entire Spina di Rosula, I only hate you. Only you, Navia.
You better stick close to me.
Romeo promised me that he would leave Poisson alone if I could just take you out. But it was like you were glued at the hip to that pesky traveler. You never gave me a chance to make my move. Romeo has lost his patience. I didn't have to be here today, you know. But I swore that I'd kill you, even if it meant being buried with you in the rubble.
Why?
Only someone as clueless about the past as you would ask such a foolish question. You never saw the heyday of Spina di Rosula, nor did you ever live through the golden age of Poisson. But I saw it all with my own eyes, and then I had to watch it all die, little by little. And it was all because of you, Navia. Clementine died because of you. Callus died because of you. Malus and Silver died because of you. And so many more dead. Everyone dead, all because of you.
So the shock and grief you showed us before, that was in Act 2?
Now you're catching on. I heard Malus was dead the moment I got out. Did you know? Down there in that blasted fortress, I spent a long time thinking about what happened, and resolving to apologize to Malus as soon as I got out. Back then, because of that aquabus, we had a huge fallout. I was convinced that all he cared about was loyalty, and that he had completely lost his capacity for critical thinking. The years passed by in a blur after that. I thought I had finally begun to understand him, and that he could help me relive the good old days again. But then he died, and it was because of you again, Navia. It's always because of you. I once loved the Spina and Poisson more than anyone else. But what is left now of either besides death and
I hate their
ruin?
more radical ideas as he tries to kill the leader.
Destroyed everything. That
Yeah,
was beautiful.
yeah, he has his
Everything
own
I've
radical
ever loved.
ideas.
Don't listen to him, boss. He's just spouting
I don't want to
nonsense.
blow up the Capitol building. I just want to kill the president. Like,
Maybe the
what are you
people
talking about?
don't actually care about you at all. Have you ever considered that maybe you only get respect because you're Callus and Clementine's child? That you've never done anything worthy? That you're just a big nothing? Have you ever considered that? Maybe people don't stay in Poisson because of you, but only because they have such beautiful memories of the past before you came.
Because if you do falter, there'll inevitably come a time when you'll have to face the consequences. And when that time comes, those most precious to you really will throw themselves in front of you and pay the price for your mistakes. Yeah, looking back on it now as an adult, I can hardly believe how patient and kind everyone was. But is that really why they support me? Is their kindness real?
Shut your mouth! I, for one, really like Miss Navia. And my mom loves her too! I don't know how to explain it, but I like her. And that's that!
I'm sure Mr. Malus would be extremely disappointed in you right now. You've somehow managed to pin the blame for every mistake and tragedy in our history on the boss herself.
Get out of the way, Florent. I don't want to hurt you.
You're gonna have to. Boss, there's no time for this. Stop hesitating and get out of here before you get buried.
Maybe you think you're being the realist by painting the history of the Spina and Poisson like this. But the love that I felt from everyone was just as real. I felt it. They've helped me get to where I am. And even now, I will continue to believe in that love. So let me show you just how much I love the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, this is... Okay. Yeah, they kind of had to do something, because it's like, how do you make a Geo character function without elemental support?
A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Watch out!
I win.
Laurent, I'll leave the town to you. Summon the other members and help with the evacuation of the townspeople. If you find any of Coulter's accomplices, subdue them quickly, and don't give them the chance to harm any ordinary civilians. I can't allow my partner to face the danger on the Clementine line alone.
Got it, boss. I'm on it. Are you okay, Navia?
I don't know, but I have to go.
Let's hurry up there! We have to protect the Clementine line! If they're gonna blow up the waterway, they must have planted the explosives next to the support pillars.
The funny thing is this would be a really dumb thing to do. And so the reason why I say that is predominantly because of, you know, what we experienced during the main storyline, which was that the Knave despite all her, you know, personality traits, really does love Fontaine. So these guys would probably be pissing her off by destroying something that's really beneficial. I bet you anything she'd get the Fatui to fund the repairs. If they somehow succeeded in all of this.
They certainly brought a lot of muscle. They're really slowing us down. But if we're meeting resistance, we must be heading in the right direction.
Miles! Coming at ya! Where'd that come from?
Liz!
Hiya!
Coming at ya! Attack!
That's the way. Cha! Ha! These must be the explosives, right? And this is the control mechanism. How can we disable it? Oh, Paimon's too scared to touch any of this stuff. Huh? There's a strangely shaped hole here. What? Oh, that certainly sounds possible. Maybe one of the people we just beat up has the key. Okay, you take this side, Paimon will take the other. Let's see.
I've come to the conclusion that I don't think Beto is going to work for this. Because of the ICD.
mind is completely blank.
I think I'm nearing the end of Navia's story mission. Is really where I am. If I put Layla there, I need another healer. Because I'm not running... I don't really want to run 2 cryos here. What do I... I don't think I have any more spare healers. What healers am I not using? Yao Yao. Which I'm not putting on a Geo team. And I guess Dory. But Dory doesn't really have any support other... Yeah, but I don't want to run it when I'm already running double... I'm running double Geo. Like, I have a double cryo team. I'm running Risley Shenha, but I'm not running double Geo, double cryo. I'll probably just get rid of her. I'll put Miko back on here.
Whatever would you do without me?
Put Beto back here. Nope, no, that's not Beto. I don't know where I'm going there.
All right, let's go.
I'm sure it does. It's just not what I want to do.
Oh, you found it! That's amazing!
Paimon, that guy's still sparkling, so you didn't even search the one body you were supposed to search.
That should do it, right? Navia and Florent should be able to relax. Oh, you're right. They could have set explosives elsewhere, too. Let's go. They're gonna bury Poisson!
I think I've seen that. I saw this. I think this was released earlier, leaked or whatever, where he switches elements again.
Great work, partner. Just leave the rest to me.
Watch out, Navia! You can't block them all!
Look, I'm doing this the Spina way.
Navia just showing how absolutely badass she's as badass as she is beautiful. Yeah, I do this thing where I don't like repeating characters in my team sets. So I have 10 teams and they all use different characters. I don't repeat characters at all. So I get to utilize as many different characters and team combos as possible. So I try not to repeat too many gimmicks. Like if I'm running double cryo on a team, I don't want to run it anywhere else. Same with double pyro, double geo, double hydro, all that sort of stuff. I don't want to over focus on one element too much in the combination of my teams. That's why I'm running out of healers though, because I have a healer on every team.
I heard from Thierry that even they're your enemies now. They were once a part of Spina di Rosula. Do you plan to settle this privately with them?
I have nothing more to say to them. Regardless of whether their hatred and anger towards me or the Spina was justified, anyone who's willing to endanger innocent civilians is no longer sane enough to even be worth trying to talk to. Please prosecute them in accordance to the law. Spina di Rosula will not raise any objections.
Sounds good. We're very appreciative of your help. Without it, the consequences would have been far worse. All right, this operation is a wrap. Take him away.
We won, Navia! We saved everyone! And you were so cool!
Yeah. Luckily, we were just in time.
Look at her pale. You feeling a bit fatigued?
It's probably because I expended too much elemental energy at once. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
But you usually glow up whenever other people compliment you. Paimon's not used to seeing you like this.
Boss, we managed to catch all the infiltrators in the town. The Maison Gardiennage is taking them away as well. Seems like Romeu really went all in on this mission. If he sent literally everyone he had, though, that also means we've caught them all, too. We won't have to worry about them from now on.
Ah, got it. That's good at least. Coulter, I can understand how you feel. The things that we lost, they're forever beyond our grasp now. And that makes them appear even more precious. I am not callous, and I will also never become him. The Spina and the Poisson that you loved are both gone. But I will not change how I feel about our future. I still believe that this is a great opportunity to start anew. I will spend
Well, he's
more
not getting
of what
out now
Spina
because,
has
well,
on the betterment of
attempted
Poisson.
murder,
What's
conspiracy,
more, I'd also
was
like
it
to propose some
terrorism
changes to the
conspiracy? Would that
Archives
be,
routes, so that one day
because he's an accomplice in
people of
the
Poisson will
attempting to
enjoy
blow
the
up the
boons it
line?
brings as well.
I know what you're trying to say. Mr. Callus would never have said anything like that. There are too many things in life that are just beyond our control. In that, we are the same.
Henceforth, you are no longer a member of Spina di Rosula. But once you're discharged from the fortress again, you're welcome to pay another visit to Poisson.
Thank you, Navia.
As I thought. Boss really is a kind and gentle person.
She is also, I must say, a truly unlucky person. Thank you for protecting the Clementine line. I was actually really scared, you know. I mean, even the Callus line won't be getting rebuilt anytime soon. If I'd lost the Clementine line too, I wouldn't know how to live with myself. A name is a way to etch a memory onto the world. Losing the line that bears her name, that I can see every day, would be like losing my mother all over again. Seeing it still standing there, tall and proud, it makes me really happy.
What happened while we were gone? Honestly, you look more upset than tired or anything.
Just give her some time.
It's okay, everything's fine now. I'll get you back to Poisson.
Thank you so much. Can you give me a hand? I really don't have much strength left. Traveler, I want to ask you something. And please, tell me the truth. Do you really see me as your partner?
Yes,
Of
yes,
course.
absolutely.
That's good then. Hearing
I think
you
I should have to quote it that time.
brings me more relief than I can say.
This is my... I don't care about Shenhe. I don't care about
How do you feel now?
Ayaka. This is
Any
my
better after taking a break?
my OG pairing now.
I feel quite a bit better. But I should
Navia,
probably still rest for
Ether.
a few more days. Sorry, partner. I said some weird things earlier. Feel free to just ignore me. I used to think that I'd never doubt myself. But you could say I've discovered that I'm not as strong as I thought I was. Coulter mentioned my parents, as well as Malus and Silver. It's all thanks to them that I've made it this far in life. Do you think they ever regretted the choices they made? Has my existence made this world a better place?
Don't think like that, Navia. You've already done more than enough. No matter what others think, we'll always support you to the end of the world.
Well, since it's ended up like this, I suppose it's time for me to make a confession as well. There's something that I've been keeping from you as well, boss. Please, follow me. Everything is already prepared.
Florent, I hope you can understand that I can't deal with any more shocking revelations right now.
Don't worry. This surprise will be a pleasant one.
Why is everyone gathered here? And what's this?
This was supposed to be a gift to you from everyone in the town. We were originally planning to show it to you once it was finished, but special times call for special measures. I've never seen you look so defeated before, so I've decided to show you the designs before the final product was done.
Do I really look that bad?
Well, if you're ready, I'll unveil the present.
Oh, the statue. Full circle.
This is... Papa, Mother, and me.
We designed the look for Miss Clementine based on old camera records, as well as personal recollections from members of the Spina.
Wow! This is the statue you mentioned before?
It is indeed. To be honest, we decided on the design a long time ago, and gave the sculptor permission to begin working. We only asked Boss to decide on a design so she wouldn't realize we had already started.
How could we only have statues of Mr. Callus and Mrs. Clementine?
Even though Boss is still young, we've all seen the work she's put in regarding the whole synth business and the rebuilding of Poisson.
We wanted to commemorate her contributions with a statue as well.
I don't know what Spina di Rosula was like in the past, but I know it's a great organization now.
With Navia around, we're not worried about this place's future.
We're gathered here today to tell our boss that we support you and believe in you wholeheartedly. I believe everyone is here for you, not the glory days.
That's what we believe as well.
Also believe in the bond between us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Then I'll be brave and just accept everyone's support for what it is. This really is quite the surprise. I never thought that I'd have the chance to stand next to my mother. Not even in my wildest dreams.
That's a very sweet ending. I like that. Oh, and it's gonna be there permanently too? That's nice.
It seems like I started to question myself a bit too much. I'll pick myself up again and become a more reliable president for all of you. Looking back on it, I'm honestly embarrassed by how I acted earlier. I'm sure everyone longs for that one thing in life that seems trivial to others, but they themselves can never obtain. To me, that would be a family portrait. I've always been super jealous of other people's family photos. I've never thought I'd receive a family portrait of my own. Especially not like this. It seems like I'm not such an unlucky person after.
Why not just take me back to the dialogue?
Looking back on it, I've thought about it before. Though my mother only wanted me to live a happy life, that's actually a tall order as well. In practice, it's just as hard to achieve my father's expectations for me. Even though my parents had very different personalities, they always had a lot of respect for each other. The Aquabus project was a monumental project that stood to benefit all of Fontaine. It would have been a little close-minded to assess or evaluate it only from the perspective of the clan. I think that's probably why she didn't step in to mediate or oppose the building of the lines. It seems like looking back on
There's
it.
one more.
Oh, whoa. Why'd you have to remind me? Please don't say that again. It's super embarrassing for me. Oh, forget it now. Please forget that I ever said anything. Oh, wait. But it'd also be bad if you were to forget it. Okay, but please keep it a secret between us from now on. Please don't ever mention it again.
I know I just confessed to you, but please don't tell anyone. Alright, with that done, I can actually continue the event storyline now. Alright. Let's get back to filming. I need more cross-regional interaction, so here we go. I should be able to do 3 and 4 right now, since I've had to wait like an extra day.
Good work, everyone. We're looking to wrap with our 2 main ladies today. I can already smell our success. What do you mean, looking to wrap?
Complete the filming of all the scenes.
Oh, aren't you the expert now? This upcoming scene is the 2 musketeers' final confrontation with the Baron. There will be quite a bit of action, but no choreography beyond what we've already rehearsed. Anyway, get ready. Lights, camera, action!
The view is beautiful tonight. It reminds me of that fateful night 10 years ago. And now that I've said it, I can even make out the faint fragrance of herbal tea in the air.
Enough, villain! It's time that you pay for the death of our mother!
My dear Iris, have you forgotten your manners? How can you speak like this to your own father?
I'd sooner swallow all of my teeth than call you
Welcome back.
father.
Finish Navia's story, now I'm doing the event
The
story.
daughters have turned out to be just as obstinate as their foolish mother. In this world, Mora and status is everything. She thought she could blackmail me using her children and force me to grant her recognition and concessions? Ah, how naive can a woman be?
Mother never asked a single thing of you. All she wished was for us to live a peaceful life, just like the others.
It was you who personally brewed the poison of prejudice and sent Mother to her death. Compared to that deadly poison, the 2
That's pretty good.
soon pierce through your heart.
Hope
will
you
be like
enjoyed it.
sweet mercy.
And that's exactly why
I just got a
said
hot
you're
chocolate
just
in
as
front of me.
naive
That's
as
it.
her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me? So let's see. What is stronger? Mora and power, or the 2 muskets in your hands?
I'm going to say guns beat money, but...
There are too many of them!
Oh, sweet, I get to try her out.
It'll be okay. We'll cover
This is cool too, because I can go into the character menu and actually see what she can do. Oh, I will. Once I actually start drinking it. Quickly shoulders her musket and fires at her opponent, dealing AoE pyro damage. For duration after Chevrolet fires a shot, she will continuously restore HP to the active character on the field. Amount of healed is based on her max HP. So she's a healer. That's excellent. I may actually attempt to pull for her then. Another pyro healer? Let's go. I only have Bennett, so... Dealing after the projectile hits will split into many secondary explosive shells. Like, it's not a major healer, but, you know, it's a healer nonetheless. And then it's, sprinting stamina. No, she definitely doesn't look bad. When all party members are pyro and electro characters, and there is at least one pyro and electro character in each party, coordinated tactics to grants coordinated tactics to nearby party members after a character triggers overload reaction. The pyro and electro resistance of the opponents affected by overload reaction will decrease by 40% for 6 seconds. The coordinated tactics effect will be removed when the elemental types of the characters in the party do not meet the base requirements for the passive talent. Wait, I'm a little confused on the description of this. When all party members are pyro and electro characters, and there is at least one pyro and electro character in the party, do they all have to be pyro and electro, or just one pyro and electro? Because personally, I don't want to run a team of just pyro and electro. Like, that's just me. I don't like running a team of just 2 elements. Like, it can work. I know it can, and I've technically done it before when I ran 3 Geos and an Electro, but I'm just confused. Do they all have to be Pyro and Electro? And just like I'm a little confused on the description of that skill. Nearby Pyro and Electro characters in the party gain plus 1% attack for every 1,000 max HP Chivalrous has for 30 seconds. Attack can be increased by up to 40% this way. What weapon does she? She's a polearm user. Okay. Well, she's an HP user though, so that pisses me off because I'm still trying to find a use for the fucking Windbloom Spear. I'm still trying to get this spear on a character. I'm still trying. Every goddamn polearm user needs elemental mastery for some goddamn reason. Like, let's look at every polearm user I have right now. Crit, recharge. Sorry, not elemental mastery, recharge, or energy recharge. And then I managed to just recently acquire another spear. But almost all my spear users are running that. The only ones that aren't, I believe, are Zhongli and Yao Yao, because they're running black tassels. And then I have a black tassel on Mika, too, because I ran out of things. Yeah? She's running, she's a support, though, so she's running the prototype Star Glitter. So I can use her burst a lot more.
Duet and Mother will be watching over us, too.
Like, I'm not saying I don't have characters that could use it, but to get the most out of it, they need to be offensive.
To think I'd
Like, they
lose
need to be
my
the
own
main
two
DPS, and I
kids.
don't really have those.
We are no children of yours, and we'll never call that place our home.
Then tell me, what did you do all this for? You lost your mother, and will soon kill your father as well. What will you gain in the end, other than sentences for your crimes?
Exactly. It's a bounce between the two.
Justice. It's over.
Finally, it's over.
Yep. I'm still wondering how the Traveler's getting all these
Where will you
shots.
go now, Tulip?
I'm not too sure, Iris. Maybe somewhere with lots of flowers? After all, Mother always did love.
I'm
going
still a
where the
little
blossoms
upset
were.
that they didn't, like,
What
these
about you?
outfits don't, like, fit the characters they're playing.
Want
Like,
to go visit
maybe
the next
Iris's
place?
does, but definitely not
Bad
Chevreus's.
idea.
Huh? Tulip, look!
What is it?
It's Mother's favorite. The rainbow rose. Look, it's blooming again.
Excellent! That
He
was
didn't yell cut!
beyond
They're still filming!
mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect the scene to go so well. And we got it in a single take. All right, everyone. We've got a wrap for Tulip and Iris.
Congratulations, Ayaka and Chevreuse!
This is like the standard anime or cartoon character where their closet is just filled with the entire same one outfit.
Thank you. I didn't expect our parts to wrap so quickly. I wish I could savor the experience for just a bit longer.
Paimon totally understands. Paimon's not ready to say goodbye to the clapperboard either. Filming has really been a lot of fun. You were great too, Chevreuse. The way you said, long-awaited justice. It gave Paimon chills.
That is indeed my favorite line in the whole book. I still remember trying to act it out in my room the first few times I read it.
Whoa, Paimon would have never guessed you're that type.
Who doesn't like stories where
That's
the
one of my
heroes feel
favorite,
crushed
like,
and
fourth
justice
wall
prevails over
breaks
evil?
in
Don't
anime
forget,
and,
I'm the captain of the
cartoons
Special
and
Security
stuff
and Surveillance
is when
Captain,
they
there's
call
something
out stuff
urgent to
like
report.
that.
Please excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in just a moment.
It's okay, don't worry about us.
It's like, I forget what show it was, but it was just like, oh, I need to go shopping. Shopping for what? You wear the same one outfit every day. Right? Like,
Some urgent official business. Then perhaps we should thank the stars that we were able to wrap both of your parts so quickly today. Switching around the filming schedule would have been a real pain. Anyway, I actually came over to let everyone know that we're all done for today. You can go home and get some rest. And one last thing, Miss Ayaka. Your acting skills today were immaculate as always. Are you sure you won't consider taking up full-time acting? See, I just happen to know this great troupe that's still looking for a lead actress. Thank you for your kind words, Director Farina. Unfortunately, there are still many matters that I have to take care of back home at the Yashiro Commission. I cannot remain in Fontaine to pursue an acting career. Nevertheless, I will make sure to treasure this incredible opportunity in my heart. Oh, that's a shame, but I understand.
yeah, true.
Just let me know if you ever change your mind. I believe it's also about time for me to take my leave. But hopefully I'll see you on set over the next few days. Even though my part's wrapped,
I'd still like to swing by and help out the crew. See you tomorrow, Traveler and Paimon.
Yep, see you tomorrow! Well, what should we do next? Maybe we'll go investigate the case some more with Chevres today.
Traveler, Paimon, please come with me.
Huh? Where are we going?
You could say that our ship has finally chanced upon one of those small, remote
Ayaka's gone. I am glad that they... So here's my opinion, Hamza. I am glad Ayaka got to see her outfit again. Like, the Fontaine outfit. It's good that they got to reuse that. Don't get me wrong. But I personally, my personal opinion, I would have much preferred, instead of this being an adaptation of the Two Musketeers, if it was Flowers of Princess Fischl, and then Fischl was the main character, so we could finally get the Fischl-Farina interaction everyone's been wanting since Farina's debut. Because, in all honesty, if they were to adapt like a play or a movie of Flowers of Princess Fischl, I don't think anyone could play Fischl better than Fischl, whose entire gimmick is that she's so absorbed in the character, she's become the character. I know! I just hope they do it at some point. Overarching plot-wise, the Inazuma Fontaine thing makes sense to me, don't get me wrong. But I feel like the Fischl concept needs to be brought in.
This far after a full day of filming. So, Chevres, why did you take us here?
Affirmative. It wasn't anything conclusive, but it should show us a clear way forward. Have you ever heard of someone by the name of Emily?
Oh, you mean that famous perfumer?
She's a good friend of mine. She's lent me her aid several times in the past to resolve some difficult cases. After I discovered the rainbow rose at the scene of the murder, I sent it to her. After all, she's probably the foremost expert on flowers and scents in all of Fontaine.
And then?
There was nothing remarkable about the flower or the trace amounts of soil left on it. But according to Emily, the rainbow rose left by the killer was derived from a very rare cultivar.
Huh. Paimon didn't know that there were different varieties of rainbow rose. Paimon just thought they grew everywhere in the wild.
Flowers that are deliberately cultivated will always show some different features from those that bloom in the wild. We already knew that the rose left at the scene belonged to a special cultivar, but with Emily's expertise, we were able to pinpoint the place where it was first picked from.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So whoever first planted that rainbow rose was probably the killer.
Precisely.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, especially with how Navia revitalized Geo. It makes you wonder what they're gonna do with her, especially since it's gonna be tied in with her seamstress thing, right? Bet you anything she's a shielder. Like, I just feel like the nature of her seamstress and Geo, I just think it fits being a shielder.
Changed my mind about him. I still don't think he
Even if she wasn't Geo, being a seamstress, I think just makes her a shielder.
The true culprit never visited him at his home or never purchased a rainbow rose from his garden. Whatever the case, we will have to confirm a number of things with him.
So you mean the next place we need to go is...
Yes, we're going to pay him a visit at his home.
Like, I heard about how powerful Navia was going to be before she released, like through leaks and stuff. So I basically got everything prepared to get her to 70 the moment I got her. So I could get the second talent, which is like super broken. But the real catch is I didn't know who I was going to pair her with. It was either going to be Albedo or Yunjin, dependent on how she played. And once I realized her entire skill set was based off of Crystallize, it was Albedo. Because, like, Boom. There's my Geopulse. Right? And then I just use Miko or Charlotte to help stack crystallize, and then she just picks it up and unleashes. And, like, I know I've seen a lot of people using Zhongli, but I have Zhongli on my Neuvillette team, so that way his shield prevents him from getting interrupted. And I actually really like Navia because, like, I really wanted to make Ningguang work. Don't get me wrong. But she's just too damn clunky. Same with Klee. Like, I really wanted to make those two work. But they're just so slow, clunky, and, like, it was really hard to make them work. Navia's just like, excuse me while I drop this nuke on you. And then she just casually strolls away.
That should be his house.
There are so many Gardamex stationed around the place. That's pretty unusual, right?
According to what he told me last time we spoke, he hired them so he won't be harassed or disturbed.
Huh. So there are a lot of flowers in his garden, but Paimon doesn't think we'll be able to pick one without alerting the Gardamex.
Right. Which is exactly why I think there has to be a special connection between him and the killer.
So, should we knock?
Just wait here for now. I'd like to take care of a number of those Gardamex first.
But they're so far away. How are you planning to do that?
Don't forget, Paimon. I'm actually the real-life captain of the Musketeers.
Time to snipe! My favorite Navia line is what she says in The Wind. I'm a little upset that headshots don't mean anything. I'll play it once I have control of my character.
All clear. Let's go.
Wait. Paimon's a little nervous now that we know he could be the killer. Can we...
Is this really the worst thing we've done, Paimon? Confronting a killer? What about the other 14,000 times we've done that?
Come with us for a quick round of questioning at the guard's headquarters.
But can't we just arrest him?
We still have no evidence that he's the killer, or that he lent the killer any direct aid.
We literally just stopped him from blowing up a fucking
If you
bridge!
could pick a rainbow rose from his garden for me while I'm talking to him. It'll help the Marachose Phantom confirm Emily's theory.
Sure, no problem. Just be careful, Chevres.
Anyway. Favorite Navia line is this one.
My hat! No, my skirt! Oh, don't make me choose.
I just find it funny, like, she values her hat as much as she values her modesty. I wanted to do a stream in the future with a friend of mine where we rank the birthday messages of all the characters. She's very busy right now, so I don't know when we'd get around to doing it, but... Because, like, that's the first thing I do. Once I get a new character, first thing I do is listen to their birthday message.
Do you believe that wishes can come true? You know, like when you toss a coin into the fountain for good luck? As long as you throw enough coins in, one of your wishes is sure to come true, right? Well, anyway, today's your birthday, so I'm not leaving anything to chance. I've got a whole bag of Mora here dedicated to making your birthday wish come true. Whatever you want, I'll do everything in my power to make it
Hazo's gonna be an 11? What, you mean on a birthday message? I have Hazo. My second favorite Animo user.
After I learned that today was your birthday, there was a brief moment when I really wanted to take you to a locked room chock full of mechanisms and gifts where you could only get out by solving all the puzzles. It's actually really fun. You know, of course, I wouldn't do anything like that unless I was sure you'd actually enjoy it. Here, come with me. There's this beautiful scenic spot I've got to show you before the sun goes down.
You know what really upsets me? One thing, Hamza. Maybe you'll sympathize with me on this one. So, oh yeah. So one thing that really upsets me is when it comes to these birthday mails. So the first one I got was Ningguang's from last year, because that was the first birthday I was playing the game when it occurred. So many of these are like, come visit me. I'll see you tonight then. Talk more, you know, like so many of these, but then they don't exist on the overworld during their birthday. Like, I know it's probably expensive just to pay them for a few lines, but like, to me, it's really upsetting. It's just like all these characters are just like, hey, come hang out with me on my birthday. And then you can't do jack shit. It's so upsetting to me. It makes me feel bad. These are like, I know they're fictional characters in a video game, but they're just like, man, I miss you. Let's hang out. We haven't seen each other in a while. And then I can't do it. It's so upsetting to me. Well, I'm glad I put I'm glad I put a very depressing thought in your head.
That carrying an unreliable weapon is
But yeah, every time you read a mail, I want you to pay attention to similar lines very similar to "let's hang out" or "come see me," stuff like that. And then note how you never get to do it.
Excuse me, Mr. Baptiste, are you home?
Who could it be at this hour? Oh, it's you, Officer Shavras.
Would you mind accompanying me to the guard's headquarters, Mr. Baptiste? We would like to ask you some questions about a case.
Oh, is it still regarding the murder case from before?
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time.
So it is then.
Listen, I need you to come with me, Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Shavras, I'll save you the trouble. Oh, and you two over there? There's no need for you to pick my flowers either. It's not time for them to bloom yet.
Okay.
Oh, I do that all the time. Like, you want to know, not Genshin related, but you want to know a question I asked my coworkers that just kind of like, so like I work retail, and my manager's response to this was, she goes, Daimien, working here has already destroyed my spirit for decorating. Because that's basically what merchandising Christmas is. It's like putting out more Christmas is basically decorating the aisle. She's like, stop doing this to me. And I asked her, I said, do you think Santa's reindeers are immortal? Or that they die and get replaced and that their names are titles? Like Blitzen is a title. And then that's what the reindeer games mentioned in Rudolph's song are about, is finding the next Blitzen or the next Donner. But it leads to the morbid concept that the reindeers potentially, like, die.
For the same reason as the one I wrote out in my novel, of course.
What, can I not just ask a fundamental question about Christmas? What are the reindeer games supposed to be then?
I figured out the link between the two of us. Had you done so, I'd have
And they didn't want Rudolph to participate, so clearly they didn't want him to take a role.
From always remembering his grotesque face. After all, he was the one who killed
Plenty of people.
Your mother is still healthy and well.
You know, I was adopted as a child. I was referring to my birth mother.
That was never recorded in the orphanage's records.
Please forgive a 6-year-old child for concocting some lies to protect himself after watching his mother die right in front of him.
So, your novel, it was like a record of your life?
No, of course not. It was a work of fiction with many embellished parts. But I am indeed the illegitimate son of a wealthy and influential man who abused his power to murder my mother. That part was 100% real.
But the man you killed didn't have a Mora to his name.
He was a hired assassin, an irredeemable beast who sank his fangs into a defenseless woman just for a few bags of Mora.
But if that's really the truth, you wouldn't be telling us any of this now. You still haven't managed to take revenge against your father, the true mastermind behind it all.
I never thought I'd hear that.
I always loved still being able to see the
Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
the Ningguang's house. Like, no matter what region you go in, you can still see it.
I've grown tired of everything and don't want to shoulder this burden anymore. You may have considered me too soft to pull the trigger. Well, as it turns out, you are exactly right.
Every time a new story plot comes out in this game, I'm actually more shocked that people are raised by their like, within Fontaine alone, I'm more shocked to learn that people are raised by their biological parents than being adopted. Because I'm like 90% sure everyone in this country's been adopted.
And so what? The characters in your book never gave up.
Now, Officer Shavras.
New characters introduced. I'm adopted. Oh my goodness.
Are you trying to convince me to
It's like an 80% adoption
What's
rate.
your father's name? How do you plan to prove the veracity of all of your claims?
Well, I'd like to speak with you privately.
Sure. Why don't we speak privately at the guard's headquarters?
No, it has to be here. I must ensure that we won't be overheard.
Fine. Let's talk here.
When I said won't be overheard, I meant by anyone. I would like to speak with you and you alone.
We can go somewhere else for now.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Oh, I get the high fashion thing, yeah.
All right. Let's hear it.
Will you really believe what I'm about to say?
Well, that depends on what you're going to tell me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then listen closely.
So that's how it's all connected.
So, it seems you believe me after all.
There's my
Do you want me
response.
to go public with this?
No, of course not. At least, not right now.
Then why did you bother telling me?
You've read my work. What do you think? Even if you were to go public with all of this right now, he'd simply deny everything. It's been too long. Almost 20 years.
I took that out of her story. Paimon told a bad joke.
Even if there might have been a solitary island of truth once upon a time,
I'm gonna
it
message
has
that
long
to my friend.
sunk beneath the waves by now. Justice will never find him.
Not if you don't try.
I know that as the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, you will always stand on the side of justice. But do you really think a cushy life in prison really constitutes justice for him? I bet he could lead an extremely comfortable life in the fortress of Meripede.
What are you trying to say?
I've been observing you from a distance. Your portrayal of the musketeer was exquisite. pull the trigger of justice against him. Let the villain get what he deserves.
You want me to let you go so you may complete your revenge?
No, Officer Shavras. I know that would be impossible. No. What I'd like is for you to perform the deed on my behalf.
Oh, Shivra sure is taking her time. What could they be talking about anyway? Oh, Paimon's worried. What if he decided to attack her?
Sorry, one sec. There we go. Sorry, I'm spreading the love of that deadpan.
Oh, you do have a point. Still, do you have any idea who the rich person might be? And why the novelist doesn't want us to hear what he's saying to Chevres?
Sorry to keep you waiting, you two.
Hey, how did your talk go?
Yes, I don't think it's the craziest thing that's happened. Like, the fact of the matter is, can we talk about how Child's character story took place in Liyue after he literally committed an act of terrorism that involved awakening a god that nearly destroyed the entire city?
I've already sent someone to escort Baptiste back to the
I
headquarters.
think to me that's the craziest part.
He wasn't lying about the musket. It was indeed buried in his backyard.
But what about the name? Did he tell you the name of the rich guy?
Yes,
Don't get me
he
wrong, I
did.
love Tartaglia,
But for now,
but
I
the
have to
guy
return to the
literally
special
awoke a god to
There's still
destroy
a
an
few loose
entire
ends I need
city
to
of
tie up.
of innocent people, and we treat him like he's one of our closest friends.
I'll
And he
probably be
didn't
quite
really even
busy
get
over the
punished
next
by
few
the
days,
city.
So apologies if you don't see me on set.
Alright, Paimon understands if you can't tell us everything you know. We'll just keep an eye on the Steambird then.
Actually, there's still something else I need your help with.
Yeah, I should have Act 4 available. I'm a thinker! Sometimes thoughts awaken. Where am I going for this quest? Oh, I have to wait.
Raining again.
Oh, speaking of favorite lines, I actually have a really favorite line. Like, what? Probably, it's weird because it's not actually on one of my one of my used characters or anything. But one of my favorite lines in the game, just by how it's delivered and the context behind it and everything, is actually a line from Candace. It's actually her line about snow.
This strange powder, it is fine like sand, but white as the clouds, and cold as ice.
Because this is someone that literally grew up in the desert, so she's never seen snow or even knows what it is. So it's like, I like that idea that she is very, like, philosophical about snow. Also, I know I think it's only Farina and Candace that have it, but I'm a fan of heterochromia sometimes. So like Candace, you know, has the gold eye and the blue eye, and then Farina has the light blue eye with the dark blue iris, and then the or pupil, and then the dark blue eye with the light blue pupil. But I don't know if there's any other characters that have heterochromia. I think they all have identical eyes. Like, I don't have every character, mind you, but like, what was that? Oh, her pupils are triangles. I never noticed that. We'll never actually know if Fischl has more than one eye. I'm pretty sure no one else does. My boy Toby. Yeah, at least none of the characters I have. Nemusia? Do I have another favorite line? I'm trying to wonder. I'm a fan of Nadia. Nahida's my second favorite character. Navia's now officially entered into number 1, but Nahida's number 2. Or at least they're tied. I love Nahida. She's so adorable, so cute, and her voice actress does an incredible job. Just making her so much more. She's like Klee, but more mature, if that makes sense. Like, in terms of, like, character. Because, like, Klee is obviously an actual 7-year-old or whatever, and Nahida's, like, the same level of cuteness, but in a mature adult. This is obviously going to be an S-rank tier birthday, though, when we get to that tier list.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear traveler. Happy birthday to you. You're older than me, right? That means you've had way more birthdays than me. I'm so jealous.
I actually am upset. Ningguang is the only character in the game that actually has 2 different birthday messages. And it's actually dependent on whether you're playing as Ether or Lumine. If you're playing as Ether, she gives you 2 flowers for your birthday. One for you and one for your sister. But if you're playing as Lumine, she only gives you 1 for you. So, Lumi, I don't know if Ningguang actually likes Ether or not. But then again, there's a lot of mixed dialogue with those early characters. Because, like, in every scene, in every scene we've seen in the game, Ether, or Ningguang and Beidou are good friends. Right? Like, canonically. Like, we can only speculate more. But canonically, they are good friends. They get along. They've interacted well. But if you actually look at their character dialogue, they are very, like, kind of against each other. Right? Like, if you, like, click Beidou, finds...
That captain. She clearly receives the adoration of many, but will always be the first to disregard the rules. The fine she has paid would be enough to buy her a whole new ship.
An attitude.
Perhaps you've never heard me speak like this. All that can be said has been said, both the good and the bad. But she still does as she pleases. Forget it. Keep Beidou out of my sight.
But they're good, but they've only been shown to be good friends. I don't know, because that's, like, keep in mind, there was an event where you made coffee in Mondstadt where they visited together in their free time to visit you to have you make coffee for them in Mondstadt. People that hate each other wouldn't do that.
Good morning! Ayaka and I were just talking about you.
Is Chauvress still not joining us today?
Probably not. We haven't seen her either.
Huh? That's such a pity. Director Farina said that we've only got a few small scenes left before wrapping up the entire thing. She even said that she'll get me into a couple scenes, so everyone will have a chance to shine in front of the camera.
We were also planning on having a victory feast once we're all finished filming. You can join us, right?
I could hear the hope in her
If only
voice.
Chauvress was here. I still haven't taken a photo with her.
I'm afraid that can't be helped. Those special patrol folks are like phantoms when they've got a case on their hands.
But to be honest, I'm even more concerned by what I read in the Steambird earlier this morning. It said that the killer in the murder case was none other than the author of the Two Musketeers.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. He came forward and confessed his crimes, but gave no explanation as to why he pulled the trigger. We didn't know about this case at all when we joined the film. Is it going to affect the reception of our work?
From a pure publicity standpoint, this will draw a lot more attention to our film. I have to say, though, that no director can be perfectly comfortable with garnering attention through means other than artistic skill.
To be fair, I feel like that ship sailed the moment you allowed yourself to be named as the director on our posters.
It's not my fault that I'm super popular. What was that
Yeah,
again?
I was the same with Navia. I pull characters for utility. Like, do I need this person on my team? Do they play well with other characters I have? I've never pulled characters because of their appearance or because I want them. I've never done that until Navia. Navia I pulled, she was automatically my cutie pick. The moment she appeared on screen, I'm like, I'm pulling her. She's mine. I want her. I don't care if she's good or not. I want her. Right? Klee was also like that, but I did try to make Klee work. It failed.
Excuse me, everyone.
Xavier! Feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
I've been talking non-stop with the Film Association, and I'm absolutely swamped trying to coordinate the film's marketing. So forgive me for not being around more often, but please believe me when I say that I will make sure everyone's hard work gets the exposure it deserves.
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
Yes, that's one way to put it. Oh, and before we begin the final round of filming, please allow me to finally...
Well, the thing is, it's like, I'm not free to play by any means, but I don't just want to, like, for example, Eula, never gonna pull her. I don't really like her character. I don't really like her playstyle. I'm never gonna pull her. I don't care for her. So I will never pull for Eula. Eula will never be in my team. I would rather pull for Constellations than for Eula. And I don't pull for Constellations. I only have them by chance. I have 3 5-stars that are Constellations that are not standard banner. And that's Wanderer, because I was trying to get Yangfei, and I pulled 2 Wanderers in the attempt to get Yangfei.
Is that so?
Klee, because I think I was trying to get C5 Mika, and I got Klee. I pulled Klee on top, Klee who I already owned on top of that. And then Albedo, who I literally pulled C1 back to back. I pulled him and then pulled him again. By chance. No other 5-star I own outside of standards are Constellation based. Are Constellations.
Outsider perspectives on the fates of the Two Musketeers. That's right. Ayato should be here.
For a while I didn't even like Ayaka, but I actually kind of like her now. I understand her character, like her playstyle more, but I just don't need her anymore. I'm perfectly fine with Risley. I actually like Risley more, so.
zoom shots of the streets. If you happen to find some particularly lovely patches of flowers and grass, feel free to grab some close-ups of those as well.
How many people can say they can box themselves to an island?
Camera!
I literally set up a macro so I can just press a button and he'll just go all the way to an island. No, I don't. I've considered HI3 at one point, but I have no interest in Star Rail. But I don't know, like, there's so much investment at times in this game alone, and then I'm also playing Guild Wars 2, that I just don't really have time to play other kind of like MMO live service, other games, like, even if it's just to log in for dailies. I still have so much to do in this game that I'm not doing. So I want to do today on stream after I get all this stuff done. It's broken. It's not responding like usual.
But wasn't it working fine for all the days before? Veronique, can we try a different camera?
No problem. How about this one?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights, camera, action!
Something's interfering.
Don't tell me. This one is broken too? Veronique, do we have any other spare ones we can use?
I'm afraid we only brought these two today.
What? Then go find a workshop to get them repaired right away. Oh, and you too, Bono. Go find our spare camera in the warehouse and bring it back to the set.
On it.
Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the delay. Is something the matter, Ayaka?
It seems like there are some issues with the filming equipment today.
My primary team, though, is Nahida.
I see.
I do like looking back to seeing the evolution of my teams. So when I started the game, first character I ever pulled was Sucrose, which made Animo Traveler garbage. My first official real team I would say I had was Sucrose, Barbara, Chongyun, Razor. That was the first team that carried me. Sucrose ended up getting kicked out when I got Seiyu. And then that team ended up revolving more around Seiyu, so it ended up being Seiyu, Barbara... Was it Seiyu, Barbara, Shinobu, Bennett? And then Nahida kicked Seiyu out. And it's... So, it was Nahida, Child, Shinobu, Bennett. Then Bennett changed to Noelle. Then Noelle changed to Tainari temporarily until Kale... or no, then it was Yao Yao, then it was Kale, then it was Dendro Traveler, then Child switched to Ayato because he was way better at doing what Child did. And then Ayato, that was the team until Nervalette came out.
Couldn't you wait until we wrapped up this scene?
And then Nervalette got replaced when I realized that it was more efficient to go Nahida, Yellen, Shinobu, Shungcho. And that's where the team lies now.
Bono, please take me to where the film was kept right away.
I'm coming too. No, Yoimiya, you have to stay here. Oh. Okay, listen up. Everyone who's not working on this current scene can go with Bono to look for the film. Everyone else, stay put and wrap up the scene. Unbelievable. How could all these problems happen in just one day?
We're back.
How did it go? Did you find the film?
We found it in the sewers.
Huh? In the sewers? Is the film still okay?
We discovered it just in time, so we should still be able to salvage it. The others are checking now to see if we lost any specific scenes.
Oh, you scared me for a moment there. I nearly thought we had lost everything. I really don't want to experience that feeling of despair again.
Okay, but who could have stolen the film and dumped it there?
Could it be, some competitors working on other films?
But if they wanted to harass us, why wait until the last day?
Okay, we don't have time to really look into it right now. Let's strike while the iron is still hot and wrap this thing up once and for all.
Yeah, let's finish it.
I would like to officially announce that our entry to the festival, The Two Musketeers, has now concluded filming!
Paimon is spent. It's so late already.
Even though the filming process proved to be extremely challenging, everyone provided valuable and unique contributions to the final product. Thank you all for your dedication and support.
And just like Director Farina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all of you. Really, you've all helped me so much.
All right, let's save the awards speech for later, and hopefully also get some rehearsals in before the real thing. Anyway, now it's time to party! Let's all make our way to the beach and have a celebration feast so loud and fun that even the blubber beast will want in.
Party, party! Paimon wants to party!
Time to talk to everyone. Bird! Look, you died to a cardboard sword. That's your fault.
Whoa, this place is hopping.
Have you ever seen a fireworks show, Mr. Morris? It's pretty amazing.
I'm afraid I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
Let's go chat with someone. Hey, Ayato! How's your work been going?
Everything went rather smoothly. Thank you for your concern.
Ayato told me that we've already confirmed the dates for some Inazuma Fontaine cultural exchange events. So the next time we visit, we'll be doing so in our capacities as the representatives of the Yashiro Commission.
Oh, that's great! Then maybe Paimon will be able to find Fontaine detective novels in Inazuma from now on! Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yaimiko get upset if that happens? That would be stealing some of her business.
As long as the novels are sufficiently interesting, I don't think she'll mind.
You've got a point. She's always complaining that light novels have become bland and too predictable after all.
The cultural exchange won't only feature literatures of both nations, of course. We have also made plans for cross-cultural engagements in the fields of gourmet cuisine, toy making, and artisan craftsmanship.
Whoa! Paimon's getting super excited now!
When the time comes, be sure to visit and participate in all the events.
Oh, that just pretty much hyped up a future event going on. Why are you sitting by yourself?
This is turning out to be quite the party.
She's sitting by herself! Oh, this is quite the party. See, if I did that, I'd be saying I want to go home. Why am I still here?
If this film turns out to be a success, of course, I'll definitely increase the pay for next time.
I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Xavier.
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Xavier. But I've made some plans to go on a journey to the other nations once the festival is over.
Is that so? Well, then in that case, bon voyage, Miss Veronique. Please feel free to get in touch once you've returned to Fontaine.
Farina!
Oh, my darling clapper loader and camera operator. You've both worked really hard.
Paimon thinks you worked even harder than us. Honestly, Paimon was getting a little tired of playing with the clapperboard by the end of it. Worst of all, Paimon started having dreams of you shouting, "Lights, camera, action!" into Paimon's ears. The actual dream can't even start until you've yelled that.
Hey, if anything, shouldn't I be more grand and delightful in your dreams? We've been through so much together, and that's how your brain remembers me?
That's not Paimon's fault. We've just used the clapperboard too much lately.
Anyway, what's most important is that we wrapped the film. I'm pretty confident that we'll take first prize. no need to mention the official name.
Wait, now that you mention it, if we did win the prize, would Farina just get a statue of herself?
Come on, I don't need that kind of attention. Xavier can accept the reward on our behalf.
But just imagine! Farina accepting the Farina Award and holding a Farina statue.
I'm going back to my dessert now. You all can keep discussing that on your own.
Chiori!
Hey, you two.
Are you not really into these kinds of big social occasions?
Not particularly. But this is still better than Fontaine Fashion Week.
But if this film becomes a big hit, people will definitely come flocking to your shop.
Yes, that's highly likely. As long as the film can premiere as planned.
Are you still worried about the case?
That and all the obstacles we had to face today.
You're right. It's as if all our bad luck just manifested at once.
But why today of all days? No, it's nothing. We've already delivered the film to the editors, so there should be nothing
Oh, it's
more
the
to worry
investor.
about.
How are you doing, Mr. Morris? You having a good time?
Well, you could say that. Do you happen to know when the party is scheduled to end?
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, I'd say probably not until well after midnight. Is there something that you still have to take care of at home, Mr. Morris?
Oh, well, I'm just not a late night person, so I might take off shortly.
Oh no! Silly me. I almost forgot something super important.
Oh, what is it?
I prepared a whole batch of fireworks for the party, but I forgot to bring them over from the warehouse.
Fireworks, you say? That's, truly a pity. Sorry things didn't go as planned.
Could you help me carry them over, Mr. Morris? I won't be able to fetch all of them by myself.
Me?
You're in. I feel like in Fontaine though, you'd need a lot of like. You need permission to launch those, right?
I just wanted to make this a surprise for everyone. The warehouse isn't far from here. We'll be there in no time. Pretty please, Mr. Morris. These are some of the best fireworks I've ever made. So I also want you to see them before you leave. They're stunning. I promise that they'll be a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you'll never forget.
But...
It's okay. Just come with me. If we're sneaky enough, nobody else will see us leaving.
All right.
The warehouse is right over here. I moved the fireworks there in advance, so it shouldn't be too much work bringing them back. Shh! Don't let anyone else see us. I still want it to be a surprise.
Don't. Oh, I guess I can't get that thing just yet. I just noticed the aqua thing up there that I was gonna try and grab, but it won't let me.
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
It's all a trap.
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell.
Blank. Oh no, she missed.
I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
Hmm? You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Wait, what's going on? This wasn't in the script.
Drop the gun, Veronique.
Why? Why would you keep me from exacting revenge on this heartless monster?
Oh damn.
Drop your
That was a
weapon.
twist. I didn't see that
This
one
is my
coming.
Final warning.
What is going on?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Morris? Everything that took place just now was staged to get you to confess the truth. But this last part is all improv, of course.
Shivers, you told us you wanted us to help you stage a play. You never said anything about the Second Musketeer.
It's because even I had no way to confirm my theory until now. Thank you for your performance, Yoimiya. Could I trouble you to go and bring in the other Special Patrol members? They should be on standby just outside. Oh, and please tell the other cast members not to worry about us. We'll be rejoining them shortly.
On it.
So what do you think, Morris? Care to talk about what happened 20 years ago? My patience is limited, you know. Don't force me to take you back to the interrogation room. I'd wager that you wouldn't last for more than a minute in there. With the recording we made, you have no chance of winning in court. Cooperating with us now is the most practical move.
All right. I'll talk. I hired an assassin to murder Elisa. She once worked as a maid on my family's estate. She was very beautiful, and after some time I fell for her. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but it wasn't long before she became pregnant. And if my parents ever found out, they would have stripped me of my inheritance and status, driven me out of my home. I also didn't expect Elisa to insist on bringing the pregnancy to term. She even asked me to leave my family and travel far, far away with her.
She believed that you were truly in love with her.
I didn't have a choice. I gave her a large sum of Mora, told her to leave the family and to get rid of the baby. But then years later, she sent me a letter. There were photos of 2 children, and she even asked if I could find some time to visit them.
Huh? 2 children? Paimon thought Baptiste was the only... you mean...
Even if she had the children against your will, you could have just ignored the letter entirely. Why kill her?
I had just gotten engaged to be married to an heiress from another wealthy family. So if anyone were to find out about Elisa, my life would be completely ruined. I didn't have a choice.
No. You always had a choice. You just made,
Just made the wrong choice again.
Again.
Do you know how it feels to watch your mother be killed right in front of you? My brother and I were hardly even school age yet.
We were hidden beneath the floorboards, grasping each other's hands like a lifeline. We were so terrified that we didn't even know we could ever take a breath. All we could do was to watch Mother try to fight back, and then collapse to the floor. Even after the assassin left, we were still too terrified to leave our hiding spot. We thought that he might come back. It was only until the next evening when we finally climbed out and gathered around our mother. But she had already become cold and stiff to the touch.
You made up your mind right then and there to bring this case to light.
Not only that, we resolved to get our revenge.
And that's why you became the Musketeers.
No, that's why I became a musketeer. The man from before was also killed by me. My brother had nothing to do with it.
I figured as much.
You did?
I once told these two that he didn't look like a killer to me. His confession from that night also rubbed me the wrong way. I think what really tipped me off was, how could I not feel a sense of regret in him?
Huh?
He confessed faster than any criminal I've ever met, but he didn't say a single word about you. He insisted that he was the sole perpetrator in the case. But after the questioning ended, I disassembled the musket we dug up from his backyard, put it in front of him, and told him to reassemble it. Wanna guess how far he got? He had no idea where to even start. He's never touched a gun in his life. Based on that, I determined that he was not acting alone. He only surrendered himself to draw our attention and create a moment of opportunity for his partner. So, I decided to play along. And as expected, the second musketeer followed us without hesitation once she saw Morris get separated from the rest of the cast. Besides, why else would he call the novel The Two Musketeers?
But how did you know it was Veronique?
I figured it out the moment Baptiste told me his father's name. That so-called financial crisis was all just a ruse. He just wanted to sign up as the investor and then leave the film without any source of funding. After all, he has a vested interest in minimizing the reach of this story. It's really just the same thing as what he did to Eliza all those years ago.
Human scum.
But then Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in custody, he figured it was safe to act. And so he came to visit the set today, just as I expected.
Wait, so you were behind all those mishaps today?
As for the identity of the second musketeer, I assumed they'd probably stay close to Morris and look for an opening. And if they already knew that Morris was the film's investor, then that narrowed the list of potential suspects as well. Furthermore, being the props manager would allow the culprit to avoid scrutiny by purchasing mechanical parts in the name of the crew. With that hypothesis in mind, I went back to check Baptiste's orphanage adoption records. Guess whose name I saw on the same page, just a few lines from his.
My brother. He trusted you.
As in, he trusted me to perform the deed on his behalf?
He trusted you to stand on the side of justice.
Which is what she's due.
I thought you could do
Vengeance
it as well.
and justice are two different
The
things.
look on your face when you told him to go to hell. I really thought you'd put a bullet in his brain. You know what he has done. Are you telling me that you'd rather see him spend the rest of his life living like a king in the fortress of Meripede? I will never be able to forget the feeling of my mother's cold, lifeless hands. And you would call this ending fair? Is this what you call justice?
I won't lie, Veronique. I did hesitate when your brother first told me about the truth.
Stream dropped for a small bit there.
I wondered. I agonized. over whether I should really put a bullet in his head.
So why don't you?
Because that should never be how justice is carried out in this world. Perhaps, to you, justice is simply reciprocated. An eye for an eye, and a life for a life. But everyone has their own understanding of justice. If everyone were to pursue their own definition of it, there would be no more order in this world. Today, you'll kill Morris.
Hey,
Tomorrow,
let's just
his
make sure she
children
doesn't
may
watch
come for
One
you.
Piece then.
The world cannot render judgments based on a
Because that is
desire
literally everyone having their
That'll
own
only lead to a
interpretation of
cycle of
justice.
revenge.
Or at least all the world
as well as the
governments.
destruction of order and
There's
civilized
an entire
society.
wiki page on
Fontaine is
justice
founded
in
on a
that
set of
in
laws
that
and a
manga.
standardized code
Or in
of
that anime,
justice.
I mean.
That is why we are the nation of justice. But with all that said, I will promise you this. Morris will not lead a cushy life in the fortress of Meripede.
Chevros, the rest of the special patrol is here.
Thank you so much, Yoimiya. Letelier, Terena, please take them away.
I still can't agree with your reasoning.
I know.
Justice has not been delivered. At least, not today.
Chevros.
Let's go. We should give an explanation to the crew.
I think you made the
Thank
right
you for
call.
your concern. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about the things in life that have driven people to take justice into their own hands.
Well, you can go to Reddit and find tons of stories about the same. Petty revenge, pro revenge, nuclear revenge. Pretty sure there's more too, isn't there? Like,
Who would have
like
thought Morris would turn out to be? I'm at a
black
loss of
hole
words.
revenge too.
How could he have done something like this?
I'm just glad that you're all safe and sound. Who knew that such a labyrinth of cases would be behind this story?
Well, what should we do now? We have a finished film, of course, but should we still go ahead with the premiere?
What do you mean? Shouldn't you be even more motivated to spread the word now that you've learned the truth?
Chiori is right. I'd also like more people to see this story for themselves.
But the real ending of the story seems to have deviated somewhat from the one in the script. Is that still acceptable to you, Miss Chevros?
The call is yours. We still have time to reshoot an ending if that's what you'd like.
No, it's fine as is. I like what we have for the catharsis. Romanticism is what gives works of art their appeal. Fiction is able to explore means of restitution that could never work in real life. Just like the real world, the world of stories also has its own set of rules and justice. These different possibilities are what initially drew me to reading in the first place.
Sounds good to me. I support your decision.
What about Veronique? Will she be okay?
She will soon face her judgment alongside her brother and Morris. If I had to guess, they'll probably all be sent to the fortress of Meripede. I'll make sure to give Risley a heads up about it.
Oh, you mean that kind of heads up?
Exactly.
Ahem. All right, then the matter's settled. Now that everything's been taken care of, there's no reason for us to keep looking all gloomy and grumpy. Let's get back to the feast and enjoy each other's company. We'll be starting the post-production process tomorrow. You should join us, Chevros. You missed the first few hours of the party, didn't you?
All right. Count me in.
Then I'll wait for you over there. There's still some good news that I'd like to share with Chevros.
Traveler, Paimon, could you wait for me by the sea after the party ends? I'd like to go on a brief walk with the two of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. Chevros seems like a character that would be given out for free. Like in a later date event or something. I don't know. She's a healer, but I don't know like to what extent I'd want to run her.
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting
I'm
long
gonna
at
pop
all.
open her wiki
Is there
page
something
just
else
so
you
I
wanted
can.
to tell us?
No, I don't have anything new to share.
Like, I know
just
she's
felt
not
that
playable
since
yet,
you were
but
my
considering
investigation
she's.
partners, I should have another conversation with the two of you. Traveler, how would you have responded to Baptiste's request if you were in my shoes?
I would have been
Is
the
that
same as
so?
you.
Well, thanks for sharing. When I was young, my father often took me here to swim. We'd come rain or shine, even when it was freezing cold. He told me that swimming was the best activity to train one's strength of will. You could never give up before reaching the shore, especially when the water was cold.
Oh? Why's that?
Because the moment you give up would be the moment you die. At that point, I still hadn't received my vision. One winter, the chilly wind felt almost like knives on my skin, and the seawater was so frigid that it numbed my toes the moment I stepped in. I cried and begged my father to spare me from having to swim across, but he wouldn't listen. He used to be a member of the Special Patrol as well. You could say it was his way of educating his children.
That sounds awful.
When he saw that I wouldn't stop crying, he just picked me up and tossed me into the icy water. The bone-chilling cold took away my senses. I couldn't feel anything but fear and rage. I waited for my father to save me, but one look and I knew he'd already started swimming for the opposite shore. I realized that if I were to give up, I really would die right then and there. I used all of my strength to try and catch up to my father. Those few minutes felt longer than my whole life up until that point. I did, however, make it to the other side. I've never felt afraid about anything in my life after that, nor have I ever cried again.
That way of teaching would have never worked on Paimon.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right method for anyone. It's just that, working now as I am in the pursuit of justice, I still sometimes feel like I've been tossed into that winter sea all over again. The anger and the helplessness.
Chevres.
But the worse I feel, the more I know to never give up. The alternative would be to forever lose myself among the waves. Anyway, how about a race? Neither of us will drown, but we can still see who swims faster.
You guys go ahead! Paimon will grab the clapperboard to mark the start of the race.
Oh, that felt good.
You were so fast in the water, Chevres. You were swimming even faster than Paimon can fly. So, about the Special Patrol, did you join because of your dad?
Partly, but I'd say I was more inspired by the heroes I read about in stories growing up.
Oh, so it's due to your love of stories.
Of course, it was only after I joined the Special Patrol that I learned that truth is often stranger than fiction. Come on, let's walk a bit more. To be
You
honest,
need C6 to
I
get the
do
most out of
sometimes
her
question
healing.
whether the decisions I make are the right ones. But I know that no matter what, I must keep swimming. Because the only thing I've got my eyes on is the shore in the distance.
I don't know if I don't know. I'm still on the fence about her, so I don't know if I'm gonna pull for her.
Thank you for coming on this walk with me. I feel a lot better after getting all that off my chest.
Huh. We're nearly back at Baptiste's house.
You're right. I didn't realize.
And
we
I
were so
know,
close.
Gao Ming is going to
Really
be,
did plant a lot of flowers. It's just like how he described it in the story.
he's a Leo, it's a Leo character, right?
Wait, Paimon, Traveler, look!
Yeah.
The rainbow roses in the garden.
Yeah, he's a Leo character. So, because he's 4-star, he'd be free during Lantern Rite. So I might get him from Lantern Rite.
Even though it's a bit late, not on behalf of the Special Patrol this time. It's a personal expression of thank you for looking out for me.
Yeah, so that won't unlock until the next reset, which is tomorrow morning. So with all that said and done, I kind of now officially done, like, all that stuff. So I guess I can... I guess I can just do exploration now. So for Liwa, I just need chests. For Inazuma, I still need to get all the purple thingies, and I need chests. And then, you know, pretty much the same everywhere else, too. But I don't know, I was wondering, especially with me not being at 100%, I might just end the stream and just kind of chill and do this off stream. Give myself a little bit more of a rest, and then I can come back for Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. Because we got to do a lot of monotony tomorrow just to get more mastery points and experience and stuff. Yeah, so I'll probably call the stream right now. Just feeling better maybe, but I don't know. Because as much as I like playing Genshin, I like exploring more when I don't have to be on stream for it. Because I don't feel like it's something I'm very talkative for, right? Like, I just kind of like, I'm just quiet and I do my own thing and... Right? So, yeah. Probably, let's go back to the stream here. Yeah, so probably end stream here, and then tomorrow we'll pick up with Guild Wars 2. Hopefully I'm feeling even a bit more better than I am now. And then Wednesday will be we'll do Trials of Mana, and then Thursday we will start Bedlam. I still need to make a thumbnail for that. And then I'm not going to start... I forgot what's the name of the other game I was going to start. Momodora. We're not going to start that one just yet. This week we'll play that one on New Year's. That'll be the New Year's game. Because my manager gave me the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd off. So I will be you know, chilling during that time period as well. So right, and then obviously one of those days will be Guild Wars, and then maybe it'll depend on the circumstances, because it'll either be Guild Wars again or it will be Trials, and I'll probably do Trials though, because I'm really enjoying Trials. There's a lot to do in Trials, and Guild Wars is actually getting close to, like, I say close to wrapping up, but I probably still got a few more months in it, because like I still have to get all the masteries and experience before I can go to Secrets of the Obscure. Then I have to play that, and then I just have to rinse and repeat. And January is I'm pretty sure it's January that's dropping a new update that's going to add in more content again. Like it's where the new weapons are getting added in and stuff. So we'll see as we go forward. But you know, with that said, I'm happy to be back, you know, after you know, not streaming for a week, and I'm hoping to keep going forward. Hopefully I cannot get sick for at least over a month, so that way when I have my week off at the end of January, I'm not sick again. And I can actually do the Borderlands 24-hour stream that I wanted to do. I'm still figuring out whether I actually want to do Krieg for that one or not, though, because there's other characters like Gage where you can do a fun build like that too, but I might just do Krieg because when I played Krieg before, I didn't really get to play Krieg the way I wanted to. The problem is like I've played so much Guild Wars 2 that I like to play the characters I like to play in the way I like to play them. When you start a new character, you don't get to do that. It's one of the reasons that when I play Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, right, like I play the game when I play Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, I put myself at 40 because it literally allows me to play the entire game how I want to play it, right? I have all my skills, all my traits. Every weapon I get is at level 40, so I don't have to worry about changing weapons, or it's like, because like that's the one thing that annoys me with Borderlands a lot. And I know it's a draw to in the game for other people, but it's the nature in which you get a good weapon and then you have to get rid of it because it will eventually become too weak. And it's one thing in a game like Borderlands 2, for example, where, oh no, I got the bitch, and the bitch is a great gun, but eventually it loses its value. But you can get another bitch. It can drop from other sources, rarely, or you can just get it from the bunker on another playthrough, right? Eventually you can just get the bitch again. But in Wonderlands, there is no New Game Plus. The only other way to fight the bosses again is by going in through the fucking dungeon thing at the end of the game, which is one of the worst post games I've ever seen, because all you're doing is doing an endless dungeon mechanic to get gear so you can keep doing the endless dungeon mechanic, and it is such a garbage endgame system. I don't understand how people even enjoy doing it somewhat. I just want to play through the game. That's all I want to do. That's why I have no shame bumping myself to 40 to do it. I have 2 playthroughs left of that game to fulfill my promise of playing through with every single class. One will be melee only using shock and cryo, and the other is going to be gun only using poison and fire. However, my friend Sai, who's been on stream before, has recently been working on upgrading his computer. Amongst doing the first person, doing Chalice of Tears first person, he's also wanted to play Tiny Tina's Wonderlands because he's a huge D&D guy and he does also enjoy Borderlands. He wants to play the game. His computer specs were just terrible. And he actually wouldn't mind playing it on stream with me. So I don't want to necessarily play either one of those I'll still play those particular playthroughs, don't get me wrong. I'll pick one of them. I'll talk to Sai, whichever one he thinks might be best complementary to whatever he wants to do. But because like if I play melee, then it benefits him if he wants to play more ranged, right? Or whatever, right? So it just depends on what class he wants to try out. But that one I would not be starting at 40, by the way. I'd be playing through legitimately. Like I said, I've said many times before, cheating is a perfectly fine thing to do as long as it affects no one else's amount of fun but your own. I will never, ever cheat in a circumstance that influences someone else's ability to have fun. I don't necessarily count viewers, I count people that are playing the game. If I'm playing multiplayer, co-op, whatever, I will never cheat. I will never, ever, ever cheat. But you know, if it's means of skipping grinding or to modify the game in a way that changes how much fun I can have, I'm gonna do it, right? You know, sometimes it does it, you know, like I did it in Crosscode before, you know, before New Game Plus was a thing. I used it to make myself level 99 and give myself gear to basically emulate a New Game Plus, which didn't exist at the time, right? So, you know, I just got, but obviously the dialogue changes weren't there either. But, you know, I got to start the game over. I had all the super strong weapons at the end game. I was level 99. Yes, I was one-shotting everything, but, you know, but that also made things easier for me. It made certain achievements much easier to get, such as, like, beating all the dungeons. I also got to, you know, and sometimes you get to have fun experimenting with things. Like, I used the editor to give myself keys for every dungeon in the game. I gave myself the boss key and then just a handful of every dungeon key. And I got to see, like, how much... Sorry. How fast could you run through each dungeon if you didn't have to actually earn the boss key, right? And or any other key, right? I say that specifically because, like, when you get to the first dungeon, the boss entrance is right at the entrance, right? So you literally just get to walk into the boss fight. Like, you get to skip the entire dungeon. In the second dungeon, you actually have to play through most of the game. But you have to play through most of the dungeon, but you have to play through the first half. You have to, as a matter of fact, like, if you unlock the elements, you don't even have to beat the mini boss in the first dungeon, but you have to in the second dungeon. Because the boss is in the second half, so you have to get the element there. But but when you in the third dungeon, what's the third dungeon? Yeah, like the shock in ones, like those ones you have to play through for the most part. You pretty much almost have to do those things thing for thing, but you just don't have to get the keys, is pretty much how it goes. You just kind of just unlock the gates, so it's a bit faster. And then the final dungeon, the one with the monkey and the whale, you only have to do like you have to do the initial monkey fight, and then you can just go straight into the final fight, because running around is the whole process of getting keys to get the boss key. But the boss is right there, so if you just have the key, you can run right through. Right, so it's kind of fun to just see how quickly you can blitz the game when you have when you just have the keys. You know, I in some ways I consider cheating like that to almost be like randomizers and stuff, right? Like it's just a way to modify the same old game you've played in a different, more fun way, right? And there's so many ways to do that in so many games, right? Like, I'm tempted, like, I still want to do a Kingdoms of Amalur playthrough again, right? Where I do the purple and yellows only, very hard random lock, right? Where the skill points are randomly assigned to each tree every time I level up, so I don't get to pick where they go. And I have to run my character based off of whatever I get, right? To me, I'm actually excited for that one. But I'm actually even considering running another Final Fantasy XII playthrough. Why? Because I found yet another mod. I've mentioned this on stream before. I found a mod that removes the Esper and potentially quickening requirements needed for for the license boards. Remember, the first time I played through the game, I beat it, but I was trying to play through with the Struggle for Freedom mod, no restrictions, but it got hard. I ended up having to remove the mod to beat the game. Second time I did it, I found a way to remove the enemy changes and it made the game a lot easier. But to compensate for that, I did the random lock, where I didn't get to pick which characters got espers or what classes they had. They were all randomly and automatically assigned, which led to a lot of not great combinations. Like, not terrible ones, but not great ones. But, you know, once I found this mod that removed quickening and Esper involvement in unlocking every license on the board, like, that, you know how much that breaks the game? Like, some aspects of things, it's like, for example, the water Esper, Famfrit. I always gave the Mechanist because it was the only other way outside of Time Battle Mage to get Hastiga. Now I don't have to worry about that. So basically just Mechanist gets Hastiga. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Same with Monk. Same with Shikari. They both get Protectiga and Shelga, right? Same with Knight. Knight gets Faith. No questions asked. Red Battle Mage gets Fireguh, Thunderguh, Blizzardguh, right? Foebreaker gets all 3 attack speed licenses. And unlike the other classes, Foebreakers each gets all 3, but each one is locked behind a different Esper, making it effectively useless to even consider using it, getting them on it. So it literally allows you to, it creates so many different possible team or class combinations. Like, I got Red Battle Mage with White Mage. It's only really good to put Red Battle Mage with Black Mage because of just the nature of the magics. No other class really benefits from magics the same way. But by putting Red Battle Mage with White Mage, it allows White Mage to have so much more offensive utility. Not that, you know, it's really necessarily going to need all that much, but having Fireguh, Thunderguh, Blizzardguh, Darkguh, Ardor is so useful. Just under circumstance. What is it? Like, I have the things here. Let me just see. Yeah. So here we go. I had 2 of them, right? The first one I had was Monk Red Battle Mage, which was enough magic to boost Monk's late game white magics and give access to some late game, like, so Darkguh. Monk gets Holyguh as well, or Holy, and then also Fireguh, Thunderguh, Blizzardguh, Darkguh, Ardor, stuff like that. Shelga. It creates like it has this really good utility class. And then White Battle Mage, Time Battle Mage, so they would get Quakeguh as well as Hastiga, having a good support class there with some elemental magic. Knight and Shikari, I forget necessarily why. Like, I didn't put reasons behind some of these combos, but there had to be a reason behind why I did that. Oh, yeah, that was because Shikari now has access to Shelga and Protectiga, and Knight gets access to, like, Bravery and Faith, so it was kind of another booner, like a DPS booner. Foebreaker Archer is not an unknown combo. You'd run that in the base game, like, no problem. There's nothing really new to that one, per se. Bushi and Ulan. This was really good because not only does Ulan provide a lot of physical power to Bushi and Katana, but Bushi's magic also benefits the fact that Ulan has access to Aeroguh. So there's a magic spell you can use. It only gets Aeroguh, and then the second tier, like Blizzardruh, Thunderruh, Fireruh, right? And then Black Mage and Mechanist, which was to get Quakeguh on Black Mage, but also has like Hastiga and stuff. But the other one I ended up coming up with later, which was Monk Mechanist. So that one gets Hastiga, has Protectiga, Shelga, it will have healing, right? Mechanist actually doesn't get half, like, it's not terrible on the magic, but it's mostly for boons, not necessarily for healing. But it also gets Renew anyways, which is a full heal regardless of anything anyway. And then White Mage, Red Battle Mage, which was to give White Mage more offensive utility. Then Black Mage Knight, so that White Mage and Red Battle Mage have Faith on their own. And then Black Mage and Knight have Faith on their own. Or I can just equip Torsenal which just gives me faith under the nature of the Struggle for Freedom mod. This way, the only two classes that are predominantly using magic can cast it on themselves. They just need a faith self gambit. They don't need to worry about casting faith on others, because it's really annoying, especially when your knight can cast faith but they don't cast magic, so they have to cast faith on the magic users, and it's a really weird thing. So this way it's just the magic users can cast faith on themselves, and that's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Time Battle made Shikari, so this was to get like Hastega, Shelga, Protectiga all on one character, as well as getting the heavy armor utility to buff Shikari's weapons. Ulan and Bushi, I already went over that one. It's still good, and the Fullbreaker Archer is still good. Fullbreaker and Archer is also good under Struggle for Freedom 2 because it gets the Knuckles, which is obviously a speed weapon, and then that way you have Knuckles or Bow to utilize the attacks and speed weapon mechanics. But yeah, it's a massive change around as to how the classes can play once you take out the fact that espers aren't a defining factor in the builds anymore. And to me, it makes the game seem almost much more fun, because it's a lot more straightforward now. You don't have, but you also don't need to worry about collecting the espers. The espers, to me, I hate the espers. I think they're really cool elements in the game if they were just better, right? And I'm also talking about it. I played Final Fantasy 13 too, and I hated the summons in that game too, because they almost felt like they robbed. I just felt like in both games they weren't useful, right? My team is built strong in 12. Why am I getting rid of 2 of them to summon a half-assed enemy, or it's half-assed ally? Not to say anything bad. I think the espers are cool, but Final Fantasy 12, as much as I love it, is a game that has so many elements that you can't use anywhere. That is my best way of describing it. Hey, let me summon this big summon against the boss that has a technique that is designed to insta-kill espers. Well, great. Why? Why? Summons are garbage. They're not very strong, and I'm not going to use them on garbage enemies because my team can handle that fine. But then the bosses I want to use them on know how to one-shot them. And then and I've talked about the status effects before. Hey, poison, sap, all these other various statuses. Oh, you mean to tell me 90% of bosses are immune to 90% of those things if it's not blind, slow, or silence? Why do we have 12 different status effects then? Poison and sap are useless in a normal fight because you'll kill an enemy in 1 or 2 hits anyway. Why do I care about waiting 10 seconds to kill them when I can kill them in 1? It's why I had, some of the most fun I've had is when you can let status speak for itself. Borderlands, or Guild Wars 2 is huge with that. It has some of the best Condi effects I've ever seen in a game. To the point that Condi is almost more powerful than regular DPS. But in a game, the most fun I've ever had with status was legitimately in Wonderlands. In the last play, and what was it? No, it wasn't the last playthrough I did, because that was Dark Magic. It was the one before that. It was my Stabomancer playthrough with Blight Caller backup, where it was a status build. All I had to do was melee one enemy that got hit with 2 or 3 statuses that just did a ton of damage. I didn't even have to shoot a gun half the time. I just zipped around, melee. I would just be one-striking enemies because I didn't have to actually physically do damage. I could have done 1 damage with the melee swing. The statuses killed them. It was so much fun to just zip around the arena. Like, it felt more fun than playing Krieg. Like, because Krieg can one-shot with melee regardless. But it felt so much fun to not have the power behind the swing, but you literally, like, slice their arm off and just let them bleed to death on the ground kind of thing. I just wish games treated status with more respect. And it's sad when Pokemon is one of the only franchises that still does that. Because to me, even then, statuses in that game, like, they have their utilities, especially more in competitive, but in single player, they're not as respected, right? Single player is not designed for strategy. Like, let's be real here. At least not until, like, late game stuff, like Battle Tower or whatever, that kind of stuff. It's the same as, like, who's running Helping Hand in their single player playthrough. You know, for those, like, 7 double battles you're gonna play out of, like, the hundreds of other single battles you're gonna do. Right? It's garbage. Why? Like, don't run it. Right? So, and you can only really get one, like, it depends on, obviously, like, there's confusion is a different thing and stuff, but, like, I can understand it's a balancing thing, but, like, it's just, it's annoying to me that when elements are implemented into a game and you can't use them. I've talked about this before with Kingdoms of Amalur, where there is hand-to-hand combat animated into the game, which is when you don't equip the weapon. But you can't use that. Like, you're not going to do any damage. Which is why I said, like, if I ever had the ability to learn how to mod that game, I would mod it, and I would add in 3 new weapons and rehaul the entire skill trees. The weapons I would add, I've mentioned before, Might would get Spear, as Spear is already in the game. Many NPCs use it. We just don't. I would add in Focus, like a grimoire. It would, like, basically be like a book or something. And I would take Staff's combats, the way Staff works as a combat weapon, and put it on grimoire, and then I would turn Staff into a melee weapon that focuses similar to, like, Chakram, where it's like half magic, half melee, but just stronger than Chakram and more melee oriented rather than, like, mid-range. And then I would take, and then Might would get, or not Might, Finesse would get hand-to-hand. They would get basically Knuckles, and they'd be punching. And their mechanic would, and then that tree would be the one that gets overhauled the most, because I hate how Bow has its own thing. Like, Bow shouldn't have that. It should be merged in with the other weapon combo skills, trait lines, and then, like, you'd be able to add in so much more to that class. Like, I'd also probably overhaul some of the classes in the game, like how the classes, like, bonuses and stuff work, because, like, some of them are just dumb. Like, with how broken crafting is in the game, like, yeah, you can choose not to craft, but with how broken it is, even on very hard, the hardest difficulty in the game, the difficulty I beat the game on, even without crafting, like, I just got gear that was good enough to make me immune to damage anyway. Why do I need a tank build? The might wisdom or whatever, like the battle mage based tree, it's defensive. Why does it need to be defensive? Why does it have no elemental bonuses when it's a half mage class? It's only melee bonuses, right? Like, there's so much that I feel like needs to be overhauled in how those classes work, especially since I believe Universalist is just too overpowered, right? With what it gives, it's designed to be too strong compared to what you can get on elsewhere. And I think the nature behind that is it needs to balance out the fact that you can't go as far into the trait trees, which I guess is fine, but it's still stronger because of the utilities it gives to your skills and talents and stuff. Like where like you can get the +1s and +2s to like lock picking and stuff like super early, and it makes progression through the game so much easier because of that stuff, because you're like effectively leveled up higher than you should be. Like I feel like if I don't know how to mod. I don't know enough about that stuff. There'd also have to be animating and modeling, and I don't know enough about that stuff to even get close to figuring out how I'd want to go about doing that. But like there's so much I'd love to do to just rehaul that game, sort of like how Struggle for Freedom did with Final Fantasy 12, where a guy just went in and basically just rehauled almost everything the game had to offer. But the thing is, there's like, I don't care about the enemies and stuff. It's all player, it's all character that I would change. Obviously, you'd also have to get models and stuff, like new stuff in, because like if you're adding in 3 new weapon types, you obviously have to add in new weapons, like especially legendaries and stuff like that for them. Weapons don't come yellow. It's just armor that comes that, so you wouldn't have to worry about yellows, but definitely weapons. Like, but yeah, it would be. I feel like it could make the game so much more fun and balanced. And I wouldn't change crafting, because the thing is, it's like I said, crafting is incredibly broken, but you don't have to use it, right? I didn't use it, and it was still broken. And then the next time I play through, I'm not going to use it again. I'm going to even do less than what I did before to try and not break the game as much. And we're going to see how that goes, right? Because purples and yellows can't be controlled as much as like blues and stuff can. So, but that'll be for another time. But I'd love to just have that ability to mod the game like that and just make the Kingdoms of Amalur game I'd love to make. But supposedly the Re-Reckoning is supposed to be easier to mod, but I still wouldn't know where to start. But with that said, I have rambled on a little bit here anyways. My name is Daimien Kamiya, I am the Omni King, and be a friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.